Ready when you are, Mr. Chair.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the November 2nd, 2023 meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Planning Commission. For those of you viewing the meeting remotely, you will find the meeting agenda on the Planning Department website at accgov.com/planning. For those of you attending in person, on the table by the door, you will find a sign-in sheet and copies of tonight's agenda. For each agenda item, we will begin with a report from ACC planning staff, which will be followed by a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes. We will then hear from members of the public. 3 minutes are allowed for any member of the public who wishes to address the commission. When addressing the commission, please provide your name, address, and the nature of your interest in the project, and direct your comments to the planning commission and not to the applicant. The audience is instructed to refrain from applauding or jeering the speakers. Exhibits may be displayed by the applicants or members of the public at the podium. Written correspondence received by noon yesterday has been forwarded to the Planning Commission and is part of the public record. Any additional written materials to be placed into the record must be read during public comment within the 3-minute time limit. For all speakers, please pay attention to the timing device near the podium. The device will display a yellow warning light when you have 30 seconds left and a red light when your time is up. After the public comment period, the applicant or their representative may request a 2-minute response. After that, the applicant will take their seat in the audience. At that point, the public portion for the agenda item is closed and the Planning Commission will proceed to discuss the item. We will receive no additional public or applicant comments unless requested by a planning commissioner. Finally, please note that the microphones in this room are sensitive and that the meeting is being broadcast live. Please turn off or silence your cell phones. So first item on our agenda is under general business, the introduction of staff reports and all other documents submitted to the Planning Commission at this meeting into the public record. Do I have a motion? Second. Motion by Sarah and second by Joey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item 2, approval of the October 5th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second by Sarah, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And then third, May Court's review and public comment. Brad, do we have any?
No report.
All right. Is anyone in the audience here to publicly comment on May Courts? So that brings us to the old business section of the agenda. Item 1 is 437-445 Little Oak Street, 111-151 Burney Street. Item number PD 2023-08-1609. Begin with the staff report.
All right, good evening, Planning Commission. We have the case before you at the addresses between 437 and 445 Little Oak and 111-151 Burney, PD 2023-08-1609. So the request before you all is to change, excuse me, from RS5 to RM1 plan development. We've got a mixed scale residential development proposed here. A couple different housing types that fall into 3 different categories that the applicants have decided here of individuals, small families, and then larger families. They're looking to have 63 parcels on the site. That's a little over 11 acres. Mostly on-street parking with a little bit of surface parking on a few of the lots, and then a pavilion for the community. There are 8 waivers, so they're asking to change some of the mixed density district requirements, waive the dry detention pond standards in the airport overlay, waive the single family lot standards in the airport overlay, waive the minimum floor area requirements, waive the single family architectural design standards for adjacent designs, the sidewalk standard along Branch Street, which is the street to the rear of the property, waive the parking standards for residential subdivision, and then a waiver on the conserved canopy as well. So they're trying to do quite a unique project here off of Little Oak Street. You can see here, we're just heading out the Oconee corridor. You can see the Firefly Trail coming there from the top left corner down below the entryway to the site off of Little Oak there. And then you can see to what's down towards the right from your viewing area, that's East Street, where they also have some additional entryways just a little bit east of downtown here. You can see the future land use map is traditional neighborhood. The request fits in with that future land use designation, so there is no change. You can also see that we've got just towards the edge of the airport overlay cutting through about half of the property. In terms of zoning change, you can see the request here from RS5 to RM1. Neighborhood is predominantly RS5 with some RM1 throughout. And then as you get into the commercial corridor there along Oconee Street, you've got some of the CG, and then over across the corridor, you've got some more multifamily up there on Cars Hill and some more mixtures. So we've got some environmental areas on this property. You see the creek running through the rear portion of the site. That goes towards the Branch Street side where the sidewalk waiver is requested. There's not a lot of access through there. And as you all drove around and saw this site, I'm sure if you're on the Branch Street side, you could be looking into the creek there. You can definitely see it where it turns up onto Derby Street on the back side of this property. So here is the plan that the applicants are putting forth for the lots. Quite a variety here in terms of size, going down, I believe, as low as around 1,600 for the smallest one. There's a few larger lots that get up above 10,000, but for the most part, the lots fall in that kind of 2,500 to 5,000 square foot range. You can see the three parking areas that are called out there that cover some of the surface parking that is to be throughout this site. Some interesting road geometry, probably tough to walk back through there. I'm not sure if any of you trekked through there, got out of your car. Lots of topography falling back towards the creek. There are a lot of on-street parking throughout this development, which they are looking to do in permeable pavers. That is the gray you can see throughout the project there on the ways. And then additionally, you can see a few lots there along Little Oak on the bottom portion of the screen, and then a few lots there along Branch on the side there. So Bernie, I'm sorry about that. So here is a bit of a view. So I've got you turned around here. So readjust your eyes just a little bit. This is just to kind of show a bit of that fall. I think the best view of it is down Bernie Street. You can see the big dip in the road there. That's where the creek starts and then comes towards us on this screen, which is the back portion of the property onto Branch Street. Just a quick view of the houses. These would be binding if this project does move forward and is successful. So they've got 6 different houses, 2 tiny houses, 2 cottages, and then 2 family homes, what they're calling. So we've got a 1-bed, 1-bath right around 480 square feet. Small porch on the front with a little bit of depth and across most of the front there. These would be required 1 parking space. Another design, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, just a little bit smaller, without a front porch, but a covered area there in the front. Again, 1 parking space. This gets into the cottages, so 2 bedroom, 2 bath, getting up towards 800 square feet. Front entry there is actually on the side. If you're looking at those top 2, the front there, which is called front, is actually into sort of a living space. It sort of looked to me that you would actually enter where that person's standing, those doorways there, those go more into a living room area. This would require 2 parking spaces. Then we have the second one. These are fairly similar to some structures that have been built over off of Hawthorne that were called part of the tiny project. If you all heard about those just a few years back, that the applicant constructed, getting up towards 800 square feet. This one has a bigger rear deck and then also a sleeping porch, which is what you can see in that top right view, which is the rear. It's got some extended beams there on the front to create a little bit of a porch effect on the front door. And then 2 parking spaces. This is the first family home. This is the 3 bedroom, 1 bath. A little over 800 square feet. Again, front porch, a little bit of a rear porch, and then 2 parking spaces. And then the last family home, which is getting towards 1,200 square feet. Again, 3 bedroom, 1 bath. A little bit of a front stoop there with a little bit of an overhang. Small rear deck is shown on these plans, and then 2 parking spaces. So one of the concerns that was brought up that staff had was some of the parking. So I show you here the applicant's parking calculations. Staff has done a little bit more of a dig into these that is down below. So single family dwellings on their own parcel, which is what this is, even though we're looking at an RM product here or an RM request, require 2 spaces. So at 63 lots, that's 126. Additionally, subdivisions of residential in the RM1 and smaller RS zones require on-street parking. So an additional 32 spaces gets us to 158. They're looking to provide 118. That is one of the waiver requests. Staff has mentioned that this leaves not a lot of room for people to do vehicle maintenance or upkeep on their own cars, as no one has on-site driveways. The parking lots are not allowed as a standalone use in the RM zone. So staff has asked for the applicants to request a waiver on that if they're to proceed with the design as shown. And then these parking calculations rely on an off-street parking reduction. That's not exactly, the math on it's just a little bit fuzzy is, I guess, the way I would say it. So that's all laid out in section 933, sort of changing some of the metrics that have been shown. So as mentioned, you've got a mix of housing sizes and designs, which is very interesting. And one of the things that staff has been asking for, as has the comprehensive plan. They are looking to additionally survey these homes and see how home ownership has a role on children's development. Not an aspect of zoning, but something worth pointing out that seems like something that could lead towards, potential changes in the future and aspects of how we build houses in neighborhoods. They're also looking to mix up some of the aspects of the zoning regulation. A lot of those waivers you saw are some ideas about how we zone and things that may have some flexibility as we move forward. They're kind of trying to push that envelope a little bit and see how some of those changes might work. Staff does appreciate the infill development nature of this project and the connection to the Firefly Trail. We do have a few concerns. The one at the top are listed mostly in your technical standards there. So maintenance of those permeable pavers would be shifted to the applicant. An agreement of that needs to be filed per our TPW, our Transportation Public Works Department. A little bit of inconsistency on the architectural styles. We don't get into architectural style a whole lot, but from the looks, just tightening that up was a staff. Limitations on the family house size. So the report talks a lot about some larger houses in there up into the 1,600 square foot range. We didn't see any of those in the plans, and just wanted to point out if there were amendments along the way that would change some of the balance of some of the needs throughout the neighborhood. Again, particularly parking and recreational needs. Public Utilities Department has a little bit of concern over the topography and would like to have a little bit of flexibility if this is to proceed so that they can make sure the fall is all properly taken care of throughout. TPW had an additional comment about the roadway design speed. They can only use that design speed if they're under 400 trips per day. The applicant has stated that that's where this project would be at. As we mentioned before, these last two, just, the ability to combine some of the smaller ones into a possibility of a twoplex or a floorplex would allow for a little bit more flexibility on site. And then also the design for community, the porches, the offset on the space, the potential for something like a bike share on site or a spot particularly designated where you could do a variety of maintenance things, whether that's vehicles or, some places nowadays have, dog washing stations or things that people might find to be community amenities or something like a community garden space. So quite a few staff conditions were put in there. I won't go into these. They're listed out a little bit more in-depthly in the staff report, but a little bit about that water line is mentioned for TPW, maintenance of the permeable pavers that are in the public right-of-way as part of this project, the justification for the design speed, correcting the parking calculations or adjusting the waiver, administratively amending the plan to accommodate the sewer layout as mentioned by PUD, requirement for the play area for units over 20 or developments over 20 units, the standalone use of the parking in an RM zone, the conserved canopy waiver that they're looking for to plan up to 64% to make up for some conserved canopy that would be lost. And then an agreement or easement to make sure that that access across the CSX transportation line off of Little Oak is certified. So we find this is consistent with a lot of aspects of our comprehensive plan: infill housing, multimodal connectivity, variety in housing products, consistent with the future land use map. Mentioned some of the additional needs that we've discussed there. And then lastly, that staff is in support of waivers 1 through 6 and 8, but in opposition to waiver 7, which is about the parking. So that's all laid out a bit there more in your staff reports, and that concludes the staff.
Thank you, Mark. At this time, we will hear from the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Justin Crichton, and I'm a senior planner with W&A Engineering. Our offices are located at 355 Main Street here in Athens. There we go. And we are pleased to be before you again this evening to talk about the Micah Street development. Briefly, I just want to touch on each of the requested waivers, talk about how the plan has changed since we were before you last time at the initial phase. And then I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody has at the end. We got presentation.
Yes, presentation.
Oh. I'll just go ahead and get started. Catch up. So we did request a lot of waivers for this project. There were 8 in total that we were requested. Some of them have been amended since the previous time we were before you. Waivers 1 through 5 haven't changed significantly, so we're still asking for a reduction in the dimensional standards for the RM1 district from a lot width of 40 feet down to 25 feet and a front setback from 15 down to 5 feet. Also asking for an increase in the maximum residential density. When we take out the environmental areas and the steep slopes, we end up with a little over 7 lots per acre, which it reduces it down to a little over 8.5 acres. The 2 waivers within the airport overlay district. So there is a portion, as Mark pointed out, of this property that falls within the airport overlay district. One of them prohibits the creation of new single-family neighborhoods, and the other prohibits the creation of wet detention ponds or non-dry detention ponds within that district. Pleased to be back before you with this waiver request with the full support of the Airport Authority Board and staff support. Those would be necessary to achieve the density and the overall functionality of this development. So the 4th waiver is for the minimum floor area requirements. We're asking to construct 11 tiny homes that would be as small as 350 heated square feet. You saw the elevations that we provided. And I know that I talked about this a little bit last time, but there has been a lot of conversation about tiny homes, and I'm still not super clear about where the pushback on those has come from. We feel like this is an appropriate application for tiny homes because this will be mixed into a larger development of other styles of homes, a concentration of them in one single area, and they'll be targeted for a specific group of people that don't necessarily need a full home and are willing to live and own a tiny home. They'll be site built. They'll be thoughtfully designed and constructed by Habitat for Humanity, who's also a trusted partner in the home building business. It has been in the home building game for a very long time. And then number 5 is we pared this down, the site design standards, to request only that we be allowed relief from the no 2 contiguous groups of attached or detached single family homes, maybe at the same site, same design and floor plan. We did put language in there to cap this, I think, a maximum of 12 total homes in the overall 63. We don't see this as something that's going to be prevalent throughout the development, but just in case, because the design of these homes and the overall floor plan is going to be driven by individual family needs, we wanted to build this in at this stage so that we could seek relief as needed. getting a slide. And public sidewalk. So as Mark mentioned, the frontage along Bernie Street. I'm sorry, not Bernie Street, Branch Street. Yeah, Branch Street. There's no access, and it's on the other side of the creek. So we asked for a waiver from constructing a sidewalk along that right of way, which staff supports. And then, so the parking calculations, I updated this slide. So those are the correct calculations based on staff's math. What we're asking for is a reduction in the overall required parking to 118 total spaces. 91 of them will be on-street parking, 27 of them will be off-street parking. We feel like putting the parking on-street will achieve a lot of different goals for this project. So one, it'll free up space in the lots to have more buildable area. So we can put a few more homes on the site. Also slow traffic. I think on-street parking has been proven time and time again to calm traffic, slow traffic down. We've asked for a reduction in the overall horizontal geometry of the street down to, I think it's 150 feet, 150 foot radius instead of the 250 feet that's required. And I'll get into that later here in just a second. But we also feel like the conditions that staff put on recommended for remedying the parking situation are appropriate, and we would be in support of those. Finally, the tree canopy cover with the topography of the site and the amount of grading that's going to be needed. There's only 24% of the existing site area's canopy that we can actually preserve when the standard is 35. So what we're proposing is to preserve and plant a total of 64% of the site in tree canopy. It's a 9% surplus over what is required, and we appreciate staff support of that way. So I think Mark, give me a slide real quick. Already showed this next table, but same breakdown. So those are the units and the numbers per unit. So two versions of the tiny home, 2 cottages and 2 family homes. That's a rough estimation of the total bed count, splitting the family homes equally amongst the two. But again, these numbers will fluctuate and be driven largely by the families who apply and their need for how large their families are. So one more slide. So since the last time we were before you, we have remedied or rectified some of the previous comments. So previously, Transportation and Public Works was asking for a traffic impact analysis. We confirmed with the director that will not be necessary for this project. It doesn't create the number of trips or propose the number of units that would be necessary to generate a full traffic impact analysis. The permeable pavers that we are proposing in the right of way, they will be privately maintained, and we're committed to working with both Transportation and Public Works, County Attorney's Office to get an agreement in place to where Habitat will maintain those pavers, but they'll still be in the public right of way. This is a new thing for the county. They've never taken on maintenance of these permeable pavers, and in order to ensure that they function properly, Habitat is committed to maintain them based on the terms of that agreement. The one that's hiding underneath the window there, I believe, has to do with the fire department's, the fire department's comment. So based on where the fire hydrants will be placed within the development, each of those locations will have at least the 26-foot width so they can park the fire truck with their outriggers there and have access to it. The fire department recommended approval of this plan, this iteration. And lastly, the roadway geometry. So the design standards that we're proposing are based on AASHTO's low volume streets, or street design guidelines for low volume streets, which are suitable for roads that generate less than 400 ADT, so less than 400 trips per day. So we asked our traffic engineer to give us a trip generation report for that, and that's the screenshot of what you see there. So 63 units will give you between 303 and 374 trips per day based on the Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation manual, which is the industry standard. So beyond that, whatever Transportation and Public Works will require for us to prove that this street design will work for the amount of traffic that we're going to generate, we're comfortable with providing and working with them for that. So that's the plan, the proposal in a nutshell, how it's changed since the last time. I would like to acknowledge and thank staff for their commitment to working with us through this project. They've been very helpful. very accommodating and really showing a willingness to help us move this project forward, because I think they see the benefit in providing this number of units on this property at this location in Athens. So I will be available for questions if anybody has any. Is that all in my remarks?
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who is here to speak in favor of this project? Is there anyone in the audience who is here to speak in opposition to this project? Okay.
Can I go ahead and start?
Yes.
I'm going to read this since I don't like public speaking. Hi, my name is Ann Swenson, and I live on Inglewood Avenue, adjacent to the proposed development called Micah's Creek on Little Oak Street. I like that Micah's Creek has individual ownership of 52 of the 63 houses. We'll use solar panels and the collection of rainwater from the individual home roofs. But that being said, I'm not in favor of multiple aspects, including the waivers affecting parking density, and I have environmental concerns. There was a previous proposal for a development on Little Oak Street drawn up by the Smith Planning Group, which was proposed and dropped because it did not include individual ownership and was too dense. But it did have aspects to it that were preferable to Micah's Creek. Their proposal, like Micah's Creek, both had 63 units, but had 173 parking space compared to Micah's Creek 118. They also had more green space of 4.5 acres compared to Micah's Creek 3 acres. Their proposal also had walking, biking trails, which is not included in Micah's Creek. I disagree with Micah's Creek waiver not to build a park. My questions concerning the project include, most of the units are designated as 2 or 3 bedrooms. What happens if most of them are 3 bedrooms? Won't this affect the parking spaces needed? Married couples, adult children, Lydia's Place residents can all require at least 1 car per bedroom. I also say this because I have a neighbor with a 3-bedroom house that has adult children and 5 cars. Where are the residents going to park when they run out of spaces? They can't park on the lawn. What if homeowners need and have utility trailers for their job? Where will they be able to park it? Or their campers and boats? These trailers will take up extra parking spaces. Where will their guests park? What recourse will the adjoining neighbors have if parking from Micah's Creek spills onto their street? My street, which is adjacent to Micah's Creek, is narrow. When residents park on both sides of my street, it becomes a one-way street. And when cars park poorly, it becomes impossible to get around. And since we are on a dead-end street, we can't leave the property. We don't have problems often now since my street has houses with driveways, but if Micah's Creek's residents start parking on our street, it will be an issue. Is there enough space for people to store lawnmowers, playsets, trampolines, bicycles, lawn furniture, dog kennels, trash and recyclables? The smallest lot being parcel B4 of 1,600 square feet, which is not even 0.04 acres. Can we request an environmental study concerning the clear cutting of 8 out of the 11 acres and the topography of the land? Have there been studies concerning water runoff and the pitch of the land because the land is steep? Have there been studies concerning the rock core under the ground, and will that affect the building of the structures? Will they be using dynamite? I like the idea of Micah's Creek. I just don't like the scale of it and ask for a smaller version of it, one that will actually fit on that piece of property and will be a nicer standard of living for the people living in it. Okay.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition?
Hey, y'all, I'm Cooper Holmes. I emailed y'all, perhaps you read it. I'm 116 Simmons, which is behind here. So we'll be looking at this in our backyard. And again, I think is unanimously, I'm for habitat. I like this project, but the scale of it seems too unrealistic and ambitious due to the density. I just don't know how all of these 63 houses are gonna fit in this area. Especially when they carved that road onto Branch Street that's not, Bernie Street. It's not the widest road anyway, and it's very steep topography right there. And so I feel, as I said in my email, that we're sort of trading and balancing the quality of life and how good this project can be versus how many we want to put in there. It's like these units in the middle of these two streets, just, they have no front yard or backyard. They have zero privacy. It's just, those don't seem like very desirable units to live in. And with the amount of green space we're losing, where are all these people gonna play, hang out? I think that the waiver of the playground thing perhaps should be revisited. And the other point besides the density is the canopy and the green space. Is there a way to go back to the image that's the realistic one of all the trees? Okay, yeah, so the tree, it's like, this is sort of showing it. All those trees in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen are gone now. And the ones that are a little bit off here up between Broad Street and Arch Street are gone now. And others are gonna soon be gone. So the whole neighborhood has pretty much lost. I mean, I don't know what the percentage is, but if you live there and drive around, it's quite remarkable. And this is the last remaining vestige of forest that once was. So if we are gonna clear cut it, we need to really think about how we're gonna try to plant the proper amount of canopy to get back. Because it's beneficial for many reasons. So again, I'm for it, but I think it needs to come down like 10 units, 10 to 20 units. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name is Tom Roberts and I live on Inglewood Avenue adjacent to this property. I'm writing this because I'm concerned about the Micah's Creek project currently being considered. My biggest concerns are the density of the project, the unprecedented amount of variances, and the vagueness of the details about construction and timelines. The density of this project doesn't leave enough parking spaces as they are asking for less than code. There are no driveways and very little off-street parking. Some lots are smaller than a small house at 1,600 square feet. There's no privacy due to the density. There are no outbuildings for storage. Where are bicycles, lawnmowers, barbecue pits, kids' toys to be stored? They don't want to build a playground because they assume that Dudley Park is close enough, but that means that parents of small children will have to take their kids to a park a half a mile away when they want to play. With very little open spaces and cars lining the streets of this project, it seems like a dangerous situation. Concerns should also be raised about the amount of variances that Habitat is requesting. This project could never be built by any private developers because they couldn't get these. This will open the door for other developers to ask for the same variances. Habitat has offered little detail about construction. In the information they provided, they're also looking for more leeway so that if something can't be up to code, they want to be able to change it to fit the construction. As far as I know, there have been no environmental impact statements about building on the site. And as far as I know, there have been no soil tests by engineers to know what they're building on. Will dynamite be used? Who is going to build this? Is it a professional crew? How long will it take to clear the land, level the land, put in sewer, electricity, and water? How long is it going to take to build these 60 houses? And how long will it take? A local builder, J.W. York, built a small subdivision on Oglethorpe Avenue across from Bishop Park. It's about 2 acres with 20 houses. The site was perfectly level with very few trees and very little grading to be done. Electricity, water, and sewer are readily available. No streets had to be put in. It took 3 years to build by professional builders before the current labor shortage. The work is significantly more challenging at Micah's Creek, including acreage too steep to build on, riparian buffers to build around, possible granite in the ground, more grading, more tree removal, And I believe the county's tree expert has commented on record that lot sizes don't accommodate county code that requires street tree planting. As for the development time, I don't believe Habitat has ever taken on a project of this scale and has limited labor. So how can they develop this tract without it becoming a protracted process that will inconvenience the neighborhood quality of life for years? We want this to succeed for everyone. It would be for it, we would be for it if it was scaled down. I'll also say they are not giving anything back to the community. They don't want to give us any extra sidewalks or anything required. We're the ones who are going to have to bear this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The audience wishing to speak in opposition to this project. As the applicant, you're entitled to a rebuttal if you like.
So just very briefly, so I want to remind, or I would like to reiterate to the planning commission what we're talking about when we talk about density. So the request for one additional unit or one additional lot per acre for this development will allow an additional family to start the homeownership process and start to build generational wealth. And I don't think that one extra unit is too much of a burden for bear, especially for this area where there's existing infrastructure. Also, we are open and willing to accommodate a park or a play area on some of there's just not a lot of extra room here. So they would have to be combined with one of the parking lots. I don't know that would meet. So we do support either that solution or applying for a waiver for that play area. Again, I'll remind you that Dudley Park is just down the road. And when it comes to the issues of parking, storage, that kind of thing, I think it's important to remember who is going to be living in these houses. These are Habitat families that aren't going to be your typical two-car household. They're going to be college students, veterans, musicians, people that are either looking to downsize or don't necessarily need a lot of room for the storage and maneuvering of automobiles. I feel like a lot of the design of suburban residential units everywhere is designed around the storage and keeping of automobiles. And I think that's silly. I think this development focuses more on people, on their homes. And I think it's a good step in the right direction for Athens-Clarke. Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, we will bring the discussion back behind the rail. Want to start us off?
And I ask the applicant a question.
Yes.
You mind stepping up? Just
Could you speak a little louder? It's hard to hear when people are facing that way and they're not talking loudly.
a question I've got, a couple of questions real quick. All right, when a house is sold, who controls that at that point? If a person wants to resell that house, what's the process?
So I wish the Spencer here. Can you speak to that? So Habitat has the right of first refusal, but Spencer can give you the details about how that transfer.
Recognized.
You are, yes. Did you hear the question?
Yes, right of first refusal for the life of the mortgage. And so what we were doing, for example, we had a family we sold her a home and she had 2 kids in high school. They graduated, went off to college. She said she wanted to move out of the country back to Madison County where her family was. So we purchased the home back from her and then remodeled it and then had another qualified buyer to move into that home and restart the process. The idea is a wealth building through home ownership concept, but when they pay off the mortgage. So we would have site control through different statements in the mortgage documents, which preclude flipping and any sort of criminal activity. We've actually taken a home back because of the criminal activity that was occurring. And so that's how we try to regulate it. As far as the flipping, there's also a second silent mortgage on the back end. And so that's forgiven every year that they live in the home. And so that stops any predatory lending. from occurring because the instant equity position that people will have.
Okay, that makes sense. So I'm gonna make up numbers just so I can, if I'm an owner and the mortgage is through the organization and I want to sell it and y'all get the first right of refusal, and I'm just making a number, $100,000. And I've got somebody that'll pay 120. That either y'all have to bid against that, or does the seller have the right?
It's not a bid process at all.
Well, I guess I mean a sale process.
What we would do is offer the homeowner the exact amount that they paid us minus taxes and insurance for the time they paid their mortgage.
Okay. But if somebody wants to buy from them,
Can't do it.
they cannot sell their house.
Not until they pay off their mortgage.
Okay, so they have to pay off their mortgage to make new equity. Is that correct? If they pay $100,000 for the house the first time to y'all, and they want to sell it at any time, y'all buy it for $100,000.
So what,
And I'm saying 10 years from now.
so in 10 years, at a payment of $399 plus taxes and insurance, that would be $4,800 a year. That would be a $48,000 repurchase, which we would do in that area for sure.
Okay. They have to sell to y'all for 4,800?
Yes, 48,000.
Okay, so they're not making equity. Is that correct?
They're living for free, correct?
Okay, so their equity is in living for free when they sell. But they don't get what's normal if somebody buys a house, the value of the house goes up. It doesn't matter when, but goes from 100,000 to 150. They don't get
the appreciation until they pay off the mortgage.
right.
And that's a balance between the idea of creating cost manageable housing in this community and offering generational wealth creation through homeownership. And so there's a land trust model that maintains affordability. They do a shared appreciation model, and ours is a generational wealth creation model. But to find that happy medium, what we decided to do was to make sure that you paid off your mortgage, then you create generational wealth. Until then, you can just live for free. And we will resell it until somebody pays off that mortgage, and then we would lose site control over it.
And while you're here, or either, for y'all at least, so that, and I have to get these to go through, I've got to get this out of here. Habitat for Humanity and First Street Acquisitions, is that an entity y'all have created that is part y'all, or is that a developer?
No, First Street Acquisitions was who we acquired some of the property from. In the report, currently site control is held by us in its entirety. That was a name that I guess when the report was generated was still on the documentation at the time. And that is that corner house on Bernie and Branch and the lots that go down towards the creek.
Okay, but that's not an outside developer, in other words.
No, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all. Anything else? I've got another question then, if nobody else does. Not for you, that you can sit. So, and this is really for staff, and so there's the minimum size house that's in our zoning and all. They're asking for a waiver on that. Why does Athens-Clarke County have a minimum size?
It's actually been in the code for a while, so I'll start with that point. That's something that's been carried forward. It was originally developed in conjunction with our building officials for livable space. There are some things in building code that are required. But I will say that the number that's in there is really just been what's been codified. And there's been lots of community discussion about revisiting that. And that's probably something that'll be on the table in the near term.
Can we bring Spencer back to the podium because he's got an answer?
I could say thank you, sir. I could say Bruce's answer is correct, but the historical context of house sizes and lot sizes is based on the reaction to the Civil Rights Act that was passed in the 1960s. When people wanted to preclude certain folks of socioeconomic status from being able to move into certain neighborhoods. And it happened all across the Southeast. So when single-family zoning popped up, the whole 9 yards. And it's a restrictive, it's a racially restrictive motivation was the original. I'm not sure if it was that way here because I hadn't looked it up, but I can guarantee you that that is a known fact for the reason that house sizes and lot sizes and materials have been put in place over the years. And I think that's an important thing to point out, that I've asked the mayor and commission on several occasions to get rid of that because I don't appreciate living in a community that has vestiges of policies based on the civil rights movement.
Thank you.
I had one other.
I was going to ask, I was on
Yeah, I had
back to
another
you.
thing I was gonna say. The code right now, so 600 square feet would be the minimum floor area required for RS5, which currently is zoned, and for RM, if these are detached, which the proposal is detached. Staff is suggesting that you could do some shared wall, but 600 square feet would be the minimum square footage for the units if they were done by right by code. So that's fairly modest. That's not a really high number at all. But that's what code says currently.
I think the largest number we go to is 1,000.
Yeah.
In all of the districts, and it's been that way for 23 years.
So we have, it's not based on a study or experts in real estate, that there is a point where it becomes unlivable. Does that make sense?
As far as reducing the square footage?
Well, I'm saying base 600 or any number. I'm trying to get to is when is small too small? Things can sound great at first until you're in there, and then you realize this is not livable anymore. Based on the fact that you're telling me this is a 23-year-old number, that's 100 for this zoning. We really don't know where it came from. Because I do think there's a point where it's just too small and it is not comfortable anymore. And that happens after the honeymoon in a sense. And I own a house and then, whoa, what have I done now? But I guess the question I've got for staff is, you're not aware that that number is based on any type of analytical work or research that a human being cannot live in a box smaller than this box.
There are building code requirements for bedroom sizes and other things that have to be met. And, and that in combination begins to, but I'm not aware of there being a study. I can tell you that in 1999 and 2000, when 600 square feet and 1,000 square feet was proposed, that was pretty progressive for the state of Georgia. I mean, a lot of them are much larger than that as a starting point, but that's as much as I can tell you.
Brad, do I remember correctly? I think you told us once in a working group that the building code stuff is down on the order of 180 square feet for a dwelling unit. Like that's what's actually required to have a habitable bedroom, cooking area, bathroom, living space, et cetera. So well below what the applicant's requesting. Okay.
And we specifically add, you remember in the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, Mark, I think you were involved in that as well. We had Doug Hansford come and talk to us about that question because one of the recommendations out of that committee was to take that away. And what we were asking him was, will building code, if we just rely on building code, why have a minimum at all? And he said, my understanding was yes, like we could just rely on building code. And that I think it was like 180, 250, it was somewhere in there. So I think that basically what we were asking him in that subcommittee at that time was, is there any, I think it's exactly what you're asking, is there any like real reason for this other than what Spencer was talking about? And I think the answer he said was no.
Yeah, that's my motion too. So my cue is I have Sarah, Gearing, and then Kristen.
Right, well, you just jumped in and said what I was gonna say anyway, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that, yeah, echoing what I've heard said, the zoning code minimums are wherever they occur, pretty much arbitrary. And it's if you look into the building code, that is where you're gonna see the building code, the fire code is where you're gonna see the like actually too small to be safe to live in. Just along those lines, I think that kind of also relates back to a lot of things that we see in comments on this project and also on others, is this question of, well, are the people making it going to be qualified enough? You know, is it going to, nothing that we do here affects the building code and the levels of quality and safety that are enacted throughout these various different levels of our government. And we don't talk about those codes often because they're not really before us. And people there's not hearings about the building code, so people don't really hear about them. But so when you see a project and you're worried, you're like, I don't know, what if this is done, what if this is built with sticks and glue? There are many, many, many other safeguards that prevent things like that from getting built. Just another thing that I want to point out, because I don't know how many people who come to these meetings are aware of the staff reports. I know some people always are, and some people are surprised by them. They're kind of hard to find sometimes. But the staff report that comes with every single one of these gets printed out. And every one of them has a section for a technical assessment. The first section is a technical assessment on the environmental aspects, including the ACC arborist comments on all of these. The ACC arborist recommended approval of the tree management plan with some comments, and the different departments make comments. Those get assembled by the planning staff and put into the different conditions that they ask for. Grading and drainage makes their recommendations. Water and sewer makes their own recommendations. Transportation and public works make their own recommendations. So when you're thinking like, has anyone thought about what these road sizes mean? Has anyone thought about this? Yeah. And they do put their comments in writing, and it's really helpful. So when we're looking at things back here, and when the planning department is looking at them, we're also looking at what the experts on those things have said. But it doesn't always come out in the conversation that we just have, that you see on screen or whatever. But those are online, and you can look at them later if you haven't seen them already.
Yeah, in general, like I guess we've seen several plans for this lot, right? And I feel like of everything that we've seen, like this is the first one that actually like serves the community. We've seen student apartment possibilities. We've seen some like kind of different types of housing, and I have zero issue with tiny houses. I personally feel like I don't want to see a tiny house development. I like seeing tiny houses sprinkled in among houses that are a little bit bigger. And so I think this is like a great application of that idea. I had one question for the applicant. There was some discussion, and granted, like I'm not going to get into like the architecture styles. I do appreciate that we got several different styles, and I agree with staff's comments about it. My concern was like the idea of having the flexibility to move house styles around based on who is going to be living here, knowing that the people aren't going to live there for forever, right? Like eventually the neighborhood would change over. And so I'm kind of curious to hear from the applicant about like how the selection of houses go and how that would change over time. Does that make sense? Like clearly, and these houses are not built, I mean, they're going to last longer than 10 or 15 years. So like what happens down the road when things start changing in the neighborhood?
So I think, first of all, I think the lot sizes will dictate which house is going to go where. And any down the road, this will be just like any other residential subdivision. Yes, they could be, I guess, because it's a PD, it would be a binding site plan, so they would have to come back for an individual amendment to combine a lot. But the idea is that they could be either lots could be combined, the houses could stay the same. They could be like a granny flat and a regular home. But I think the short answer to your question is that we've accommodated for that particular mix on with the number of lots that we have. Smaller lots will have the tiny homes on them. Some of the Lydia's Place lots will have the homes for the Lydia's kids, and then the remainder will be.
I guess down the road, like if say you have a tiny house that comes on the market and you have a potential buyer that's a family.
Yep.
They could theoretically like tear the house down and build a different house if the lot size would accommodate that.
If the lot size would accommodate it, if it could fit within the setbacks, and if it met the binding architecture that was proposed in the PD without an amendment.
Oh, right.
As far as the
He would be part of that too.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Which is why we offered, which is why we tried to include 6 different house plans, just to give as much variety as possible.
And so then the idea is as you are finalizing the plans throughout, you're gonna be working with staff to pepper those around.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, that helps put that up.
Your question while you're still there, or go ahead, Krista.
No, you're good.
I was wondering why not front porches on every house? Why did you all decide to not put them on so many of the types?
So on each lot, along with the house, there's going to be a dry well to help with the overall stormwater situation. So some of them just don't allow for a front porch. I mean, I understand the goal of that. I understand the sense of community that it creates, that it's a nice aesthetic, improvement to a home. But when it comes right down to it, that was something that we had to put to the wayside in order to build the number of houses and the houses that we plan on.
And is this might be more for staff, but is the inclusion of a front porch or the addition of a front porch after the fact, after the PD, something that should be administrative? Like if they were to get into the project and want to get more front porches on there?
It would be in compliance with code.
Yeah, I think, I'm not even sure if it was just a small covered stoop type front porch on it. One is in compliance with code. What staff cannot do administratively at all is allow a modification that would require a waiver.
Okay.
If there are super minor changes, we will sometimes, depending on the scope of them, I have the authority just to grant it. They're changing a plant type, something like that, but there is the administrative action process of 15 days to the commission. If I don't hear back from any of those commissioners saying they've got an issue with the change, then it automatically is approved.
Okay.
And that would be more than the worst case scenario for that kind of a change.
And then as far as front setbacks are concerned, I'm assuming that these symbols on our documents are just placeholders and they just show kind of a buildable area.
Yes.
And then what is their plan for setbacks from the front?
From the front is 5 feet is what
5
feet from
Okay, great. Thanks.
Joey?
I guess when I first saw this project, my biggest concern was the number of waivers requested when we don't offer those waivers to a lot of our private developers, or they have a harder time getting them. And I would like for us as a commission to remember this when we see other projects and we look at other projects that the automatic straight through with some of these waivers that we're doing. But overall, I like the project. I like the scope of the project. You're talking about a tiny home. What small is too small? Well, that's a personal preference. But I think the building code's probably got it right at 180 square feet, although can't think that I could live there. But I think there is a need for that from the classes and the things that I've gone to all across the country. There's a need for tiny homes, and they're happening everywhere. And I think this community would benefit greatly from that, and greatly from more of those around our area. I like the project. I like the mixture of the homes through the project. And I think it's a good spot. I don't have a problem with the no, playground, because I do know that the park and what we preach is walkability, and we preach using our community, and we spend all this money on our Firefly Trail or whatever that's called. We spend millions of dollars on that. So we need to make sure we're utilizing all of that. So I do speak in for, and I'm okay with the waivers or with what the staff has laid out.
I was just gonna say, that I appreciate the staff report, and I agree with the staff on staff support for most of the waivers. I think, there are good reasons for them. For this project, I would support them on a private developer project as well. It's not special consideration for habitat. It's just that, our code has a lot of complicated requirements, and sometimes the topography of a project requires some waivers from those, and we do that sort of thing all the time. We approve those sorts of things all the time, and so I don't have a problem with them for the most part. Here, regarding the parking waiver, I think I would be inclined to support it. I think in this location, it's sort of uniquely appropriate. We're still talking, they're building almost 2 spots per dwelling unit. Habitat families, as the applicant said, do not tend to have as many cars as the average American family because they qualify financially for a Habitat home, which means that their income is well below the median. And so these are not 3-car families. They are often 0 or 1-car families, to my understanding. Moreover, at this location, you've got the Firefly Trail, which gets you straight to UGA, downtown, and the multimodal center. And so alternative transportation options are more available to the residents of this area than they are to most people who live anywhere else in Athens. So I have no real problem with the reduction. I think it seems to me that I think it was about 1.85 spots per dwelling unit ballpark, and that seems like plenty under the circumstances. So ultimately, I think our code requires more parking than developers often want to build, and developers want to build what the tenants and buyers need and want. And so, my inclination is to eliminate parking requirements entirely. I think that it's more important to build housing for people than it is to build housing for cars. And so I would be inclined to grant that waiver as well. So, Katie.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on you and ask, does that mean we remove the condition about the parking waiver, condition 6? I support what you said about waiving the parking requirements. Is that something we would vote on, staff?
Condition 6 is the one about the play area.
I'm sorry, the wrong one. 4 is parking reduction calculations. I know there's an issue in the calculations. That they will.
Condition 7 is, what we're. 7, the one you're talking about?
Condition 4.
Condition
Waiver 7.
waiver 7.
Sorry. I think we had 6.
I think all the waiver 4 is really saying is that they need to amend it to have correct numbers on it. I don't think, when you. That condition is not intended, to correct me, Mark, if I'm wrong, it was not intended to say you've got to add X number of parking spaces. It just needs to be the waiver that it's ultimately approved by the mayor and commission just needs to include the correct.
Yeah, that's why I put the parking slot in there. I just think the calculations were a little bit off. I think the waiver should just say the number, and the number that's being shown on the plans is 118. That'd be the cleanest way. I can.
So I don't think there's a need to eliminate it.
Thanks.
Is it the case for anything that they shall request a waiver? Is that just saying like they have to put it in writing that this is different?
Generally, the way this works is between now and when this information is forwarded to the mayor and commission, the applicant will amend their written report and include those waivers as part of it. So the package whole goes to the commission for consideration. And then those conditions drop off administratively once they've been addressed. They won't show up on the final ordinance that's adopted by our attorney's office.
Okay. I did have a question about condition 3 in the staff report. If I understood the applicant correctly, he said that the traffic volume analysis that he's subsequently consulted with DPW and that is no longer required. Is that, can I just ask either staff or the applicant that's appropriate to clarify where we're at on that, if that's still a condition that staff feels that we need, and so if the applicant's comfortable.
The part not required is the traffic impact analysis. They are demonstrating that their design is below the 400. Staff just wants to put it out there as a condition that that's what allows them to have the reduced design speed. So that should be maintained in perpetuity, or else you'd have to go in and straighten out the roads and take some of the topo away and things that can't happen down the road. Okay. Increases in density, things like that. But the diagram they showed states it at that 303 to 370 something number. But that's where that is. The thing that TPW said they did not need to do is a traffic impact analysis.
So TPW is satisfied by what's been presented by the applicant so far, but you still want a condition to this effect in there, just to reflect for the record that that's why they got the waiver on the road geometry, is because they have successfully demonstrated.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Monique and then Alan.
So I am in favor of the mixed density residential housing. I think it's necessary. I like the concept. I do have concerns about the selection process. So if someone can share a little insight on how that's done, and also how much education is around the right to first refusal for applicants. Some clarity on that.
Thank you for that question. We qualify our applicants on the basis of 3 qualifications: the need for housing, the ability to pay, and the willingness to partner. And our homeowners are definitely aware and educated on the entire process. They have to do 500 hours of service work. And throughout that process, there's financial counseling. There's actually going to be Greenway Trail classes, for lack of a better word, to educate them and their children about the Greenway and to try to ramp up usage of the Greenway and gain more buy-in. We have never, with the policy being in place for the past 17 years, we haven't had anybody surprised. We don't have a whole lot of turnover. These are first-time home buyers that have probably never owned property in their family generation. And so a lot of our families do not even move. One of our success stories was the one I told you a little while ago, where the lady wanted to move out to Madison. Another one was we had a Habitat home where the Home Depot was. And she was able to sell her home to a developer to build the Home Depot and retire off the funds in a nursing home. So it's one of those things where, since we put the policy in place to safeguard the predatory lending and also safeguard the turnover and the flipping, we have not had any issues. We really focus on the educational aspects of home ownership, and I think our record can reflect that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Monique, did you have any other comments or?
That's all.
Okay, Alex?
So, and I do want to say, concept of this is pretty cool. I like the idea of first-time home buyers who probably couldn't be a first-time home buyer at that moment or any moment near that moment. I've still got a concern also about the number of lots on that property. And it looks like they're putting one more per acre, as was mentioned. And there doesn't appear to be much yard anywhere. There doesn't appear to be any space to do much of anything if you're a kid. And the park is just not where you're gonna send a 6-year-old kid. Can't imagine, because it's not next door. So I've still got a little issue with that and would prefer and could probably vote for this in favor if it had more, either larger yards or space somewhere with, and I'm sort of asking this in case I'm missing something, but there's nowhere to be. I mean, you're gonna go in your house and out of your house, not even a porch, no space. There's nothing there. And 20 years from now, there's nothing there. And what's going to become of all of this at a certain where it becomes less desirable. And so that is why I can't vote in favor of it right now. And I get that balance. I 100% get the balance. Every extra house you build in there is one more family that gets to do this at the cost of everybody else, in a sense. And you got to pick one or the other, I guess. And I understand that. And so that's the major issue I would have in voting in favor of this right now.
Yeah, Sarah.
I actually totally agree with you, Alex. I think that, I understand that you have to get these kind of projects to pencil out financially, but I think that even just 3 or 4 fewer houses to allow either for one centralized green space, or 2 or 3 little pockets of green or something. I just think it actually, if you can really sort of imagine yourself in this neighborhood, not really have like space to kind of, that's kind of where my front porch question related to as well, like sort of you're building a neighborhood. And so some of the things that naturally sort of organically happen in neighborhoods don't get to happen. So you have to plan for them. So I would really, and the same thing, I would not send a 6-year-old down to Dudley Park from here. I wouldn't send a 10-year-old, I think. It's a little bit far for that. So I do want to see a little more of a neighborhood, like of a few of those little things. I think that the public comments that we received tonight were also, pretty, when you really kind of stop and think about some of the things, the way that the neighbors that live in this area are going to have to contend with this project. I do think it would be worth kind of thinking about what can be done. What can the community benefit to this neighborhood is a bunch of affordable or workforce housing. And so that is a benefit to the entire community. But thinking about the neighbors who will need to be inconvenienced by this, the loss of tree canopy, and some of these environmental concerns, those are the things that stop me a little bit, despite really wanting, just generally liking the idea of the mixed the housing like this. So,
Chris.
I hear what y'all are saying. I was just curious that, like, I'm looking at, and maybe the applicant wants to come up and help clarify, but like, I'm looking at, say, this block and like, say, 4C, okay, it's kind of like a smallish lot, and 4C is 3,000 square feet. And so in theory, you're maybe putting like an 800 square foot house on a 3,000 square foot lot. If this were, say, an RS5 lot, right? I mean, if I just wanted to build a house on a 3,000 square foot lot, what size house could I build? A 3,000 square foot lot.
Minimum would be 600 square feet. You go.
I mean, what's the
Lot coverage could be
Right.
50%.
So I could basically build a house twice the size of what's getting proposed on a lot of these lots, in theory. So, I mean, the idea that like there's no yards around these houses, I mean, we're building smaller houses that by right, you could build probably almost twice the size these houses on these lots. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, someone who lives in an in-town neighborhood, I see infill houses come up all the time, and I'm always like, this house has no yard, because they build like right up to the edge of where they could possibly build to. So like, this idea of like, oh, there's no yards, there's totally yards in this development. Way more than like your average developer is gonna put in an in-town infill situation. I'm just saying, like, I just, sorry.
Yeah, I guess I kind of want to comment on the notion that there's not recreational space, there's, I try to be mindful of the fact that the house that works for me and my family is not necessarily the house that everybody wants. Some people just want a place to live with a roof over their head and don't need a great deal of space. The more yard that we require, the more Athens-Clarke County pays for infrastructure for each lot for maintenance and long-term repairs. And yeah, like Kristen said, these are the tiny homes on small lots are going to have proportionally more yard. Somebody mentioned, one of the public commenters mentioned that Jared York development on Oglethorpe Avenue with 22 homes or something in about an acre. Those don't have, I drive by those all the time. They don't have much of a yard. Those are $500,000-$600,000 houses, and a lot of people are living there quite happily. And if their kids want to go outside and play, they go outside and play. I mean, looking at this site plan, I see a pavilion, I see a couple of little cul-de-sacs where, kids can play basketball, kids can, tag, whatever. There's plenty of room here. And I guess I'm just not persuaded that from a land use perspective, it's appropriate for us to say, to micro the balance, the trade-offs between smaller houses, smaller yards, and a $400 monthly payment as opposed to bigger houses, bigger yards, and a market rate monthly payment, which is going to be, it's not going to be $400. It's going to be $2,400 or something like that for market rate houses. So I'm on balance persuaded that this provides a significant public benefit for Athens-Clarke County and for all of the people here that we have who need homes and cannot afford them due to the strictures of our zoning code and the costs that those impose on builders. Sarah.
Just jumping off of that, like this is, it's one house per acre more dense than can be built by right, like right now. And jumping off what you were saying, not everybody has a camper or a boat. I know I don't. Not everybody has an outbuilding or wants one. I mean, a lot of people live in apartment buildings and live like full and happy lives, including a lot of children. And we have built every house, almost every single house for decades, has a nice spacious yard in the front, in the back, has a driveway, has all this space. Like we have a lot of that. And this is the one thing that's something different. Like if people really, really want to live somewhere with a yard, there's other places. There are options.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're market rate for sure. If you look at this sort of historical trend where we go from like, you have these single room occupancy hotels, right? That a lot of people are in that safety net position of just about to fall into homelessness go into, they get torn down over a period of decades because people are like, no one should have to live like that. And those people may well have been right. But then when those things get torn down, we get an increase in the homelessness population. So it's like, no one should have to live like that. Okay, well, they're going to go live on the street now. They're going to live in their car. They're going to live with a greater sense of instability. So it's like, Yeah, it might not be everyone or even anyone's dream house, but it's not like this is all we're building. Like, let's do it once.
Joey and then Kristen.
So what I'm looking at is, we want a bigger lot, bigger house, higher price. Okay, so the concept of what Habitat Humanity is doing is allowing someone to build generational wealth by owning a home. That when they pay off that mortgage, now they can go and move and advance to something bigger. If we do bigger houses, bigger lots, it will take much longer to pay these houses off, or depending on the fee. I don't know if the fee is set based on, what that price is, but if we're giving a smaller home on a smaller lot, these houses will be paid off the opportunity to pay these houses off at a quicker rate, to give these people, if they love it, they stay. If they don't, they have an opportunity now with the mortgage paid off to sell and move to the bigger house, the bigger yard, wherever across that. That's how we bring in new development here. Everything can't be the same. If we start at one size house, that helps our entire market. We can't always approve this house, this yard, this thing everywhere we go. That builds the missing middle that you always hear. You gotta have townhomes, you gotta have tiny homes, you gotta have this, you gotta have that. And to give this opportunity to these people to come through, buy these houses, pay them off at a faster rate, to then move to Madison County, move out in Athens-Clarke County into Kingswood or Homewood or wherever they so choose to move with bigger lots and bigger yards. I mean, that's great. But if we try to make bigger lots and bigger houses on these little spots, we're totally defeating what the applicant is bringing forward to us to look at. I mean, Habitat Humanity we're not thinking about what's actually being brought before us. And so I just think that the project to me would benefit the people that they're wanting to put in to build the opportunity to one day move and to get that bigger home and bigger house and bigger yard, if they so choose.
Kristen?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with staff conditions.
Second.
Motion by Kristen, second by Sarah. Any discussion of the motion?
I have a question about condition number 5. This is the one about sewer. Or no, just generally public utilities. And the wording is that so long as these changes do not result in change of density. But I think what you're trying to prevent there is an increase in density, right? So would it be good to amend that to say, so long as it doesn't result in an increase, or is that unnecessary? In other words, we kind of want to give them the option to reduce their density if they needed to because of public utilities.
Yeah.
If they needed to give up a lot because they,
That's the only way to get the sewer in.
yeah. So I wouldn't want to
And you can change the word change to increase.
yeah, that would be my recommendation for
Okay.
that.
Friendly amendment proposal by Sarah. Is that
I'll
acceptable?
accept that.
And Sarah, you still second? Okay. Any further discussion of the motion?
Was it brought forth for number 4, I believe, to name the number of parking at 118? That would,
The binding plans do that.
Okay.
I'm not sure,
okay.
Director.
To leave 4 as is? Okay.
Leave.
Condition 4 as is, where it says they have to correct their parking calculations. I take it that's been done on the binding
I
plan.
think that's one of those that's gonna go away. They're gonna correct it and it'll be removed before it gets to the commission.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? All right, should we do a roll call?
Yes.
Goodrum,
Yes.
Beresford,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rise,
Yes.
Sams,
No.
Sanders,
Yes.
Tucker.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
That brings us to the next item on our agenda under new business. 129 section 3, Item number SUP 2023-10-1950. And we will begin with the staff report.
Okay, thank you all. We have a special use request at 129 Peach Street, SUP 2023-10-1950. They're requesting a special use for a halfway house in the RM1 zoning district. This is an existing single-family dwelling on a just under a 1 acre parcel for what the applicant is determined to be a women's sober living facility. So here is the Peach Street property. This is, you can see the Columbia Brookside housing development there to the north. This is just kind of off of Hawthorne Avenue. Just below the screen there to the south is the University Oaks apartment complex that goes to Broad Street. So we have a future land use of traditional neighborhood, and that is to be maintained. No change to the future land use requested. The zoning additionally would remain the same. With approval would have the special use added to the zoning, the triangle there. So a historic survey shows this actually as 2 properties. Currently, we show it as just 1. Sometimes that gets done at the tax record office for cleaning up bills, but this is the survey that the applicant has submitted for the project. Here is the street view of the house. The house under the tax assessor's record is just under 1,300 square feet. It appears to me that a carport or a garage was enclosed at some point, so it's possible that that doesn't show up on the tax assessor's records, but in the staff report notes there what the tax assessor has for the square footage of this home. So for a staff recommendation, we find that this is serving a vulnerable population. Proximity to Athens Transit, which the applicant has stated in their application they are proposing for the tenants at this space to use, is on Hawthorne Avenue and goes into the Columbia Brookside project. Heavily wooded parcel there on Peach Street, quite a few vacant parcels that are wooded there. You could tell from the aerial view, lots of trees throughout the property, rather secluded neighborhood away from activity centers. And this does require 2 hearings before the mayor and commission. So this, if this moves forward, would go for a preliminary hearing in December, and then state requirements are that it be held for 6 months, which puts us approximately at the June 4th for a potential for a final vote if this is to move forward. Staff is recommending approval, and that'll conclude the staff report.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Hi, I'm Jada Fiorentino, and first of all, I just want to explain what New Life House of Hope is. As far as sober living for women only, it's by the time these women enter my program, they have completed drug and alcohol treatment. They're in the final stages of their recovery. And after completing treatment, many of these women have nowhere to go. So they need a safe and sober place to go in order to rebuild their lives and become productive members of society. They form new sober relationships with not only people in the house, but also in the community. New Life House is supervised not only by staff, but by a house parent that lives on site that regulates the rules, meeting attendance, and documenting their whereabouts with a sign-in, sign-out form. Many of these women are also supervised by Athens-Clarke County Community Supervision. They must obtain and maintain full-time employment. New Life House has strict policy of dark and quiet after 10. And no one leaves the house between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. This is supervised also by on-site staff and video surveillance. New Life House residents are subject to random drug and alcohol drug screens and breathalyzers weekly. Most of these women use Athens-Clarke County Transit or walk for work, so extra traffic in the neighborhood would be a non-issue. New Life House has a strict policy regarding upkeep of the property inside and out, including deep clean every Thursday. And this is supervised by assistant program director and house parents. This temporary time at New Life House give the women an opportunity to learn necessary life skills to become independent, well-adjusted members of the community. And we believe that our presence in the neighborhood will be no different than that of any other home. We appreciate any community support. to get these women back to their families and their lives.
Thank you. Any member of the public here who wishes to speak in support of this proposal?
Hey, I'm Lindsay Jones. I graduated from New Life House, March 19th of this year. When I got there, I was homeless, living in my car, lost my daughter, had pending charges, facing, didn't see a way out. I got there and my life is completely different. I found gainful employment. I got my child back. I have my own place. I have a new car. I mean, like, my charges were put aside because of the program that I completed. It changed my life. I don't know what I would do without it. And now I work there. So it's been a blessing, and I've seen it bless so many other women's lives too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public here to speak in favor of this application?
My name is Stephanie Boyd, and I'm also a graduate of New Life House. I graduated October 6th this year. Like Lindsay, I was homeless when I came into the program. Since then, but this has been the longest I battled this addiction all my life, and so this is the longest I've had clean, and it's all because of this program. Now in my own apartment. I work every day. Rebuild a relationship with my kids and my family. I'm a sister, a mother. And I'm in support of Jada and her program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the public here to speak in favor of this application?
Hi, my name is Christy, and I'm also a graduate of, sorry, I'm gonna cry too, of New Life House. When I came, didn't know where my life was gonna go, just struggled with everyday things. And I've been here almost a year now and have built all the relationships back with my family. Also have full-time employment. And without this program, I'm not sure where my life would be today. And we support each other. We build each other up. Everybody, we're like a family. And everybody is just looking for a second chance at life. Thank you. Henson, Henson.
Thank you, Ms. Henson.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of the public here to speak in support of this application? All right. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application?
My name is Carlton Davis. I'm a resident of 167 Peach Street. The first thing I heard was to get involved in the community. And I want you to know that that doesn't ring true to me. Why? Because when they first moved into the house, I already moved in. As a neighbor, I went to that house and I knocked on the door. And one of the residents came to the door, barely cracked it, okay? And I said, "Hi, I'm Carlton. I'm your neighbor across the street. I just came to say hello and welcome you to the neighborhood." Well, when she started speaking, I saw immediately, based on law enforcement experience and other things, what it was. She said, "Thank you," and closed the door. Okay, that's not neighborly. Number two, they don't like to turn around in their driveway. It's a dead-end street, okay? They use our driveway because this is the nearest one. I have no problem with people using a driveway to turn around because it's a dead-end street. You gotta use somebody's driveway to get out. But if you're using my driveway and I speak to you when you're back in the driveway and you totally ignore me, that is not neighborly, okay? These are all emotional things. Now let's get down to the facts. A study at Longview University showed that once a recovery house is built in your neighborhood, your property values drop about 8%. We have over $400,000 invested in that neighborhood. We can't afford, we are both all retired. We cannot afford that kind of loss. And if it involves people who have used opiates, et cetera, that number rises to 17%. Okay? That is not something I'm sure that any of you would appreciate if it were your home. Okay? Now, one of my problems is my memory is short and I don't like to write things down. But there was one other thing. I've forgotten it. I just want you to think, oh yes, I know what it is. Within 5 minutes, okay, we talk about the neighborhood itself. It's a Black community. And we know that everybody says that things are equal. You know, we got the civil rights legislation and all that. But if we're doing a 100-meter race and you've already gone 95 meters before we even start, things are not equal. Okay? What am I speaking about? I'm talking about law enforcement. With the drug problems that are already in the neighborhood not being properly addressed. If I can address them, okay, we got rid of the prostitution.
Mr. Davis, I see your time is up. Is there any other member of the public here to speak in opposition?
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see some of you who already know. My name is Kimberly Davis, and I am a resident at 167 Peach Street, which is right across the street from 129, the site under consideration here. I am here to speak against the rezoning of that property for a halfway house, a decision that carries significant ramifications for our small community. The concerns are numerous, from the well-being of the potential residents to the economic and safety aspects of our community. Research has consistently shown that the presence of group rehabilitation homes can lead to a decrease in nearby property values. Data from the Journal of Urban Economics suggests that such facilities may reduce the value of surrounding homes by as much as 10%. Our neighborhood, which already suffers from depressed property values compared to our neighbors in Normaltown, cannot afford this. A potential drop in property values undermines the financial stability of our homeowners and threatens the local tax base that supports vital public services. With regard to public safety, neighborhoods with sober living facilities often see an uptick in criminal activity. Statistics from the Bureau of Justice indicate a recidivism rate of nearly 44% within the first year of release. And a 2018 study in the Journal of Experimental Criminology found, quote, the presence of an active halfway house is associated with an increase in crime within the immediate vicinity. Introducing a halfway house into our community could potentially elevate crime rates, placing an additional burden on our law enforcement and eroding the sense of security that our residents have sought for decades. Moreover, situating a halfway house in an area already grappling with substance abuse issues, as ours unfortunately is, may set up for failure the very people it aims to help. National Institute of Justice findings suggest that environmental factors significantly influence the success of reintegration programs. By placing individuals who are at risk in a challenging environment, we risk perpetuating a cycle of relapse and recidivism rather than breaking it. In light of these concerns, I sincerely ask you to deny the rezoning proposal for 129 Peach Street. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Is there any other member of the public here to speak against this?
Hello, I'm Lou Ellen Sewell. I live at 185 Peach Street, which is the dead end. When the guy started renovating the house, I asked him, I said, you moving in? He said, I don't know. He said, I might rent it out, but I hope you get some good neighbors. So I come home several weeks later and I see the zoning sign. I said, well, what is this all about? I didn't know there was a halfway folk till I found out the sign. Now, I don't have a problem with a halfway house, but it needs to be in another neighborhood, not in our neighborhood. It's a dead end street, no parking whatsoever. And then they said the bus can come down there. If it do, I don't know how they're gonna turn around. Cause when they come down there, they always back into my driveway and go back out. So, what I'm saying, it needs to be somewhere here because they lied. They didn't tell us this before. They just said a house was built in it. Then after the house got built, we found out there was a halfway house. And anyway, it's a drug infected area, so why would a house be in there? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. Is there any other member of the public here to speak in opposition to this proposal?
My name is Caleb Holland. I live with my wife at 160 Peach Street. We're a few doors down. We moved in 2 years ago. We've had multiple different instances of gunfire in the neighborhood. I'm professionally teach martial arts, and so one of the things that I would just do is I always walk the neighborhood and try to look at it from a security aspect. As it has been brought up, the front of our neighborhood is a very, the word young people use is sketchy. Part of the neighborhood, it's got some stuff at the front of it. And the reason I bring that up is when we were notified that this was going to be a halfway house, with different people coming in and out of it that I don't recognize and don't see, I try to keep note of all the different cars that come in and just, people watch. And all of our neighbors have been quite kind. And one thing I do want to say, I'm not against second chances. I'm not against people trying to come out of a bad situation. I don't think any of us are. But the security of our neighborhood is very interesting. It's very, I think, poor. Athens-Clarke County, on a positive note, the police department has responded to any of the calls I've made very quickly. I think they have done a very professional job. 3 months ago, there were about 12 gunshots 100 yards from our property in the road, just some dude shooting into the woods, I believe. But it has me on edge. It has me on just a high kind of alertness when I'm at home and just trying to protect myself and my wife. And so with that, I didn't think that this would not be a very good idea just because of what goes on and has gone on. I've observed for the past 2 years in our neighborhood. Our neighbors are lovely and we mean no harm by not wanting the house in the neighborhood. These are just observations and things I've seen. And just want to, make sure that we are making the community a better place. But at the same time, the things I've observed, I would not be able to put full confidence into building a halfway house if I were going to do it in this neighborhood. It would not be a good thing. I think it would offer a lot of challenges for the ladies who are trying to come in there to get out of hard situations with the different temptations and things that are already there in our neighborhood. So the environment and then also just the different traffic that comes in and out of our neighborhood is very interesting that we see sometimes. It also is a dead end street. And then there are a lot of times where I just see all different kinds of people walking on the street that we don't recognize. So nothing further to say, but I am against having a halfway house in our neighborhood. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Good evening. My name is Linda Davis, and you've heard from everybody else in my house, but I live at 165 Peach Street, 67 Peach Street as well. And I am speaking in opposition to the house being in this neighborhood simply because of the character and the tenor of the neighborhood. We've had a number of instances in our home, in our neighborhood. We've had a break-in from someone, and I don't think my neighbor shared with me that she came home and found someone sleeping on her porch that had broken in. I have experience with people trying to live in recovery through a relative that was recently released from a facility in Atlanta. And I knew he was back because I saw him just walking the streets. And then I took him for breakfast And he said he was evicted from his living facility in Atlanta. And he had absolutely taken on an abandoned house in the neighborhood that happens to be air property. And he had brought his belongings and left them on the porch there. Within a week of him being back, he had been back to my home and tried to break into my home. And this is after I do the outreach to try and help him moving to another place. So I'm saying that this neighborhood attracts people that need help, and we want to be able to give that help. I don't want to have to wonder who is driving up and down my street, who's turning around in my yard. I came home to meet a car that was sitting in my driveway trying to exit to come out onto the street, and I'm like, when does this end? And as Mr. Davis has stated, there's no friendliness. There's no indication that I don't plan to do you harm. And so it causes me to be extremely nervous and feel unsafe. Our neighborhood is all elderly people. And so we are not particularly interested, except for the young couple that just recently moved in. We know them, and so we trust people that's us, right? So except they're very lucky that we haven't started calling on them yet. But the truth of the matter is, I did do some research on a strong day recovery that was also in this neighborhood a block away. And I spoke to one of the directors there. He says, we're there for 16 years. And he says, Linda, the reality is some make it, some don't. But it ultimately closed. And so the challenges of being able to even walk into their home, they have got to pass by what the owner described to my daughter as a crack house. I had no idea what that was, but he knew that. And so to even put these people into harm's way is to me a very strong travesty. And it's also very deceitful and deceptive to them. So I'm asking that you deny this approval so that people can have a fighting chance in a place that's safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Is there any other member of the public who speak in opposition to this proposal? All right. The applicant is entitled to 2 minutes to respond if you wish.
I'd just like to say I appreciate what everybody has to say, and I understand. I think as far as friendliness, I think it is all women's facility. So if a man comes to the door, the women are going to be a little apprehensive. They're also in trying to become social and active members of the community and get to know their whereabouts too. I don't think anybody's trying to be unfriendly. We have a driveway that we can pull in and out of and turn around. If an Uber driver or something is picking up one of the ladies and did that, I apologize for that. I wasn't aware of that. We are aware of the situation at the other end of the street. Here's the thing, if you want to stay sober, you're going to stay sober. There is drugs and alcohol everywhere you go. And I get it, right around the street, but it's also up the street. It's also across the neighborhood. It's also down the hill. It's at the job you work at. It's everywhere. So, and these women have a lot of accountability, a lot of supervision, and a lot of reason to stay sober. They contacted us for help. We didn't go seek them out and make them do it. They were ready to recover. And and I think they just need a chance. And if not this neighborhood, what neighborhood? Where can we go? Where is it acceptable for us to be? You know, that is a huge struggle. And yeah, that's there's a lot of people dying from this disease. We're trying to keep that from happening. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorentino. At this time, we will bring the discussion behind the rail. Sarah.
The last time we saw a request for a special use permit, I know I was,
I just want to make a comment on about the Peach Street property.
The public comment period has ended. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was following the other. She came back, but I wanted to get one before she came back.
We have a hearing.
It sounds like he didn't get up fast enough, like the mic. Can I recognize him?
Well, I know that now. I've been in the community 50 years. That, I'm Pleasant. I know the community. That's a neighborhood, established neighborhood. And I would hope that this planning board would consider a neighborhood that's been there for years and don't just let anything come in and disrupt the neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. You got people been there for years. They put their heart into their houses and what have you. And look at the makeup. Just consider that before you make your decision on what they want to put there. It's an established neighborhood. And we need more established neighborhoods like that in Athens, Georgia.
Thank you. And can you state your name for the record?
Abraham Mosley.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we will close public comment and bring it behind the rail and start with.
Point of order, if he had a comment, I believe we have the right to let them have the last comment as the applicant.
Fair enough. Ms. Fiorentino, as the applicant, you are allowed to speak last after all public comment. If you have anything else you would like to add.
I just want to say we're no other different. We're everybody.
Can you come to the podium
Yeah.
so the camera gets you?
We're everybody's wives, we're everybody's mothers, we're everybody's daughters. These women are no different from anybody else. And this house is no different from any other residence there. We're not going to be a presence that acts any different than any other neighbor. That's all.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment portion, and we will now bring it behind the rail and start it off with Sarah Guerin.
I very, very much agree with the need for more houses like this. Honestly, just more houses where you're allowed to have roommates can be helpful, but especially with the specific function that this serves, very important. We heard the last time this came through about the need for places like this. I found the public comment today on this to be particularly informative in a way that's in contrast with how public comment sometimes goes, in that I feel like I got a lot more information about this specific neighborhood, more so than getting, just a sense that people are afraid, which is valid, but usually not something that affects how I think these things should go. So knowing more about the active status of crime in the neighborhood, and just looking at the size of it, looking at the dead end of it, at how far out you have to go to get to any real cross streets. I think it really does make sense to deny this use in this particular space. And that has nothing to do with women in this program or these programs in general. I also will just say that the plan is to have between 5 and 10 residents in a 1,248 square foot home. And that does get close to or under the bare minimum that we were talking about in the last, in terms of square foot per person. This is not a house big enough for 10 adults. It's getting a little out of hand. So I hope that they are able to find a good place for this.
Yeah, I have similar feelings as Sarah. When we've seen cases like this in the past, one of the things that really sold it for me was being right on a bus line, being very established neighborhood where there's lots of things going on, where you feel like you are a part of the community. My big source of pause with this one was, when you drive back to the property, I mean, you're winding back and actually was trying to like be careful to not back into people's driveways when I was turning around. And that was the one thing for me, was kind of like the idea of like, if you're taking a bus somewhere, you know, you're walking and it's not a direct route. And I really want, I want a program like this to be set up for success, and I just worry that this location is not necessarily the best place to set residents up for success. That was my big takeaway from that. So in terms of land use, also a question for staff. So there was a mention in the presentation that there was 2 lots on this property, but it looked like the diagram we got had several lots. Wait, I'm not finding it. And I was wondering if down the road, like, if there's a special use, can the lot be divided, and does that use carry with one of the lots? Like, how it's, so like, we've got this diagram that's got 1, 2, 3, 4 lots.
But just this happens fairly frequently, and maybe Brad can speak to this a little bit more, but a lot of times on older lots where there's an ownership of 2 lots, they have been merged together for tax purposes, but there's only 2 of those lots on there make up the.
So, but we're talking about 2 lots, so not 1 lot, and the house is on 1 lot, and then there's a second vacant lot next to it. That's part of the same parcel. Is that what you're talking about?
You'd have to verify that from.
Yeah. I mean, our tax records indicate it's a single lot.
Okay.
But there have been occurrences in the past where 2 lots in common ownership were combined that the assessor's office for purposes of billing. If you go back and do deed research, in fact, there are still 2 lots.
I mean, I guess what I didn't want to get a situation was like where we approved a special use on this and the house is on 1 lot, and then maybe the lot gets subdivided and another house gets built, and then would the same use carry over? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of situation does that create?
As long, this becomes a binding plan if adopted, as long as the structure is operating as a halfway house, they would have to amend the special use to subdivide, in my opinion. Now, if it ceased to exist and was a single family house again, especially the thing about special use is it does not take away your ability to develop otherwise, but as long as it's operating under that special use, the plan is binding. So in my opinion, they could not come in and while operating special use, subdivide it and build another house.
Okay, thank you.
Joey, ahead. And then Sarah Beresford.
I guess to follow up on that, in your opinion, is that, I mean, speaking to the attorney, is that is what would happen? I mean, you said in your opinion, but I just want to make.
So I think, you know, whenever we're talking about a special use permit, there's always a binding site plan that is submitted. And so if somebody is attempting to do something that is opposite the binding site plan, that would be, you know, an issue. I mean, basically, they've got to comply with it. So if what they are submitting is representing, you know, that tax parcel, which may or may not be 2 separate lots, you know, that it would have to show the parameters of what is under the special use permit.
I guess what else?
The site plan is.
In 30 years, if, you know, Brad's not sitting in that chair, somebody else's opinion, it's different when he said my opinion. So that just, I wanted to clarify. A couple things that jumped out to me, and I do appreciate all the public input. But it sounds like the neighborhood has a bigger issue with drug problem and needs to have more of a police input or police presence there, or something with the community to help correct some of that in the neighborhood. That's a little concerning. I do travel Hawthorne quite a bit. And another issue we have in Athens, which anywhere you go, any street corner you pull up, the homelessness in Athens. And so when I look at something like this halfway house and I listen to the people who spoke for it, I can't help but to support it, to help our community, to help people that need something like this. I understand that a lot of halfway houses, they don't want to be up front in the front of a community. They don't want to be out front. They want to be somewhere that they can go and they can get treatment. And I would understand, or I hope to understand, and the applicant can come back up, but they're tested and they're monitored each, I don't know if that's daily, weekly, or how they do that, but to maintain, to be in that house. So to me, I kind of look at it as a little bit of helping to clean up that area, listening to the residents who live there, who are talking about the concerns, the gunshots and drugs up front. I mean, if you got a house that people are being tested and people are having to pass application to live in, and they're not bringing guns and things in the neighborhood, that's one more house you cleaned up. To me, I mean, we got problems in Athens, and it goes far beyond that, and we need to step up our community patrol and clean up. If they got concerns of guns and drugs, the community needs to do a better job with their own neighborhood. I support this here with this. I don't have a problem with this halfway house in this rezoning because I believe it's helping people who want help, who need help. And I think it's going the right way to get it done.
Sarah?
I 100% agree with that. Although I appreciate the input of the neighbors, I disagree with the fundamental assumption you're making about women in recovery. Like, I think that with staff on site all the time, staff that come and go as well, people are probably least likely to cause a problem in a neighborhood. And secondly, I don't think the success of the halfway house or the success of the women in this house are a land use question. I think it's up to the people who run this business, whether they think it's a good place. But I definitely am in favor of this. I think it actually could bring, I think it could actually be a very safe place for both neighbors and people living in the house.
Monique and then Alex.
This is a very precarious situation to be in because I see the value of the halfway house. I understand it. I've worked in those spaces, so I know what it's like. I know the work that goes on. But I cannot ignore the statistical data that was shared. And then for those neighbors to risk the value of their communities dwindling after spending so much time, it just makes me think about personally what I want my parents, my grandparents, my family members to be compromised after they've dedicated themselves to a neighborhood. So that's where I think I'm kind of on the fence. But ultimately, I can acknowledge that though it is a restorative house, it is also a transient house. And there's traffic that will come in and leave and come in and leave. And I do think that that is a disservice to the existing neighbors. So I am not in favor of the halfway house being there. However, I am in favor of the work and the service that it provides.
First question I've got actually is for Brad, and if you don't know, then the applicant, but we've got an applicant and then we've got an owner. Is the applicant, do you know if the applicant is leasing from the owner?
I do not know that at this point, but I would assume based on the way the application was filled out that would be the case.
Okay, can I ask the applicant just to get an official, do you mind coming up and just officially answering that question?
Yes. I'm leasing.
So you'll lease from the owner. Okay, all right, that's all I've got for you right now. Then my next question, and again, I apologize for having to even ask, but I'm learning as I go a little bit. I know a lot, but I don't know everything. The special use goes with the applicant or the owner of the property?
It goes with the property.
Right, okay. So that could continue on with this applicant could leave and another applicant could come in with the same term.
Special use runs with the property.
It wouldn't be an applicant, another tenant could come in.
Special use runs with the property,
Yeah.
even technically with the owner. The owner could sell it to somebody else
Okay.
And it continues to operate and the use. When you lose a special use, because it's a little different than a zoning and that is technically a permit that's issued through your elected body. As long as it continues to operate as a special use, it can continue. It can change business, it can change management, but it can continue to operate under the premises of what was approved.
With this use.
If it ever converted back to a single family, at that point, the permit for the special use is lost and they would have to come back and reapply if at some point, 2 or 3 years later, they decided to try to do it again. It runs with the property as long as it's an active use.
All right. And I'll also say, like we all have, these types of houses, these types of programs are fantastic. There are issues all over town. There are issues all over the country. And it's great to have people and programs like this. And I support them. I'm having a very hard time. We say we need to do this for the community. Well, I don't live on that street. So it's not we, it's those residents of that street. It's them. It is not we. It is not Athens. That's to deal with the potential loss of value in their neighborhood that this type of program can bring or anything like that. So I haven't found anything or heard anything today that would make me change my mind on that. I think that's a big burden on the folks that have worked hard in that neighborhood and on the houses. So.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I also see really strong reasons on both sides of this issue, but for me, just the fact that it's a community that may have experienced unfairly depressed property values already, I think puts me against this particular location, but I would absolutely vote in favor for it in another neighborhood.
I just want to make a comment to that point, which I don't disagree with that point, but you're arguing a point that you'll put in another neighborhood where the same statistics will be in the other neighborhood. I mean, I approve it for another neighborhood, but it's gonna, they say, decrease the value of that neighborhood. So I just wanted to put that point out there that we're arguing a point of putting it in another neighborhood that will bring your same point that you just.
No, my point was that this particular neighborhood may have had unfairly decreased property values already.
I want to point out that we actually don't know whether this decreases property values. We don't know where the study came from. We don't know how old it is. We don't know where it happened. So we actually don't have real information to work with on that one.
I agree with that.
Make a motion for denial.
Second.
All right, motion by Kristen, second by Sarah Gearing.
Goodwin? I
Yes.
guess means denial.
Yes.
Harrisburg,
No.
Gearing,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Sam's,
Yes.
Sanders,
Yes.
Tucker,
No.
motion for denial carries.
And that brings us to item 2 under new business, 2295 Barnett Shoals Road and 174th Road. Item number zone dash 2023-09 1947.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Staff report, staff presentation on the project proposed at 2295 Barnett Shoals Road and 170 Forest Road. The applicant is requesting a rezone from RS 25 to RM 1. That would be our single family residential 25 zone to our mixed density residential 1 zone. They're proposing 28 townhouse style multifamily units, a total of 76 bedrooms. So they are in a townhouse style, but these are not on their own lots, so they would not be considered townhouses. They're arranged along a single private street. There's 85 parking spaces, which staff feels the need to note that is 52% above our minimum parking requirement. There's a dog park for residents and some buffers that you can see on the site plan. They are using Forest Road for their access because of a lack of access to Barnett Shoals Road, which will be apparent when you look at the site. There we go. This is an aerial of the site. As you can see, it's entirely wooded. And then the single family lot over there at 170 Forest Road is this little small one here. This is 2295. As you can see, it's an L-shaped parcel, and this is where the access issue comes into play because their only road frontage on Barnett Shoals is too close to the intersection with College Station to allow any kind of access there. So they're having to find a way to get access through Forest Road, which we'll see on the site plan. This has been a longstanding issue for this site that has come into play on multiple attempts to redevelopment that have obviously failed to materialize. Our future land use designates these parcels as a traditional neighborhood. Switching to RM1 is compatible with our future land use category here, so that requires no change. However, it does require a change to our zoning map. These parcels right now are zoned RS25. They would then move over to RM1. Now in the staff report, you'll see that the larger parcel, staff does think could support more intensity than the current RS25 zoning allows, provided it was well designed and could serve as a transition in density from the activity of Barnett Shoals and all of the goods and services and commercial there back to the RS25 residential in the back there. However, we have an objection to the 170 Forest Road parcel designated as RM1. So this is the site plan here. As you can see, we get our single access point through Forest Road that would demolish the existing house, create the drive there. We have our 28 units arrayed along this single drive with our parking, our dog park. We do have some buffers here, a 50-foot buffer that would be left in place there, and then of the existing tree canopy. And then there's I believe a 20-foot planted buffer on this side over here. Based on our analysis, we would deem the request to be partially compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan. Yes, it would increase our housing supply. It is on an infill location. And at a node where there are lots of goods and services. It is our policy in the comp plan to put people close to those things so that they have easy access. They can take short trips. It reduces the burden on our transportation system, reduces costs of transportation for people. And it's on an infill site. It's close to schools, grocery stores, and all manner of services there. On the other hand, the project itself lacks housing variety. And when we talk about variety, we are usually talking about on that particular site. So we would look to see projects on large tracts of land, several acres like this one is. We'd want to see more than one type of housing, according to the comp plan. There's also a lack of connectivity here. Yes, we have the single drive, but we don't have any other connections. And so it really, and the angled parking is going to make it more difficult for people to maneuver out of there. So it's really kind of a high density cul-de-sac, which also speaks to our conventional design here. Our comprehensive plan calls for developers to, in particular locations, take advantage of that location to create pocket neighborhoods or unique designs that are, create cohesive themes. And what we have here is very conventional, and we would want to see more attention, paid attention to the quality of design here incorporating different types of housing units, maybe distributing them a little differently, increasing access. And so this plan, it's non-binding, but that is a comment that we wanted to make on it. Like we said, previously, we think the rezone for 2295 Barnett Shoals, big parcel, could be compatible. We do think that there's an opportunity for more intensity on that lot. It's already close to so many things. There's infrastructure there. And so there's a potential to use it as a transition in intensity. But we don't support the rezone at 170 Forest Road because, I mean, that's essentially a single family house in an existing neighborhood, and we wouldn't want to spot zone and make that an isolated parcel that is, because this is not a binding plan, this development fell through, that would just leave a single multifamily parcel in the middle of an RS 25 neighborhood. So we are recommending denial, and that concludes the staff report. Oh, however, we only make a recommendation, also make a recommendation. Should you choose to recommend approval, we do have a condition that we would suggest including that we think would help boost connectivity, and that is we would want to see what this says 10 foot, staff report says 12. It should say 12. We would recommend a multi-use path from the development, the residences directly out to Barnett Shoals so that there would be at least one other access point for people walking or biking to get to all those goods and services that are in the area. Now that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. This time we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Blake Underwood. I'm a citizen of Athens for 23 years and business owner in Athens for 14 of those years. My first home was on the east side, in which I lived for 11 years. I'm very familiar with the east side and will always be a very special place to me. We 100% believe that this proposal before you today is the best fit for this infill parcel, while also being mindful of the adjacent neighborhood and neighbors. This property and this proposed development checks all the boxes that our citizens and commissioners are looking for. Walkable to restaurants, grocery stores, retail shops, churches, schools, jobs, and bus line. This project adds to the much needed infill housing for our community while preventing sprawl into the more rural areas. This is a natural step down or buffer from the heavy traffic convenience stores fronting Barnett Shoals to this low density residential use of less than 6 units per acre to the existing single family homes of the Green Acres community. This rezone to RM1 is compatible with the future land use map that our city planners and commissioners have earmarked for this parcel. I also want to discuss steps that we have taken to be mindful of the adjacent community. Most residential developers would be requesting a rezone to RM2, if not RM3 on this parcel, which would be a minimum of 40 units and 80 units respectively. We proactively reduced the request to RM1 with the proposed plan of 28 units. No buildings will be over 2 stories. We've maintained a natural buffer conserving the existing tree canopy on the neighborhood side of the development of about 100 feet compared to 10 feet required by code. The street on Forest Road will be lined with the street entering at Forest Road will be lined with trees and shrubs to minimize the impact on the 2 adjacent homes and beautify the entrance. We aim to create and maintain a quiet environment. No units will be over 3 bedrooms, and we're not adding any amenities whatsoever that will be attractive to large groups or parties, such as community pools or large, floor plans such as 4-bedroom units. This low density proposal will have minimal impact at the Forest Road and Barnett Shoals intersection. At peak hours, this development will only generate 20 trips per hour. That's 1 car every 3 minutes. I would like to address the comments in the staff report also. First, We like the recommendation of the multi-use path to connect directly to Barnett Shoals Road. We will be implementing this into our plan, which will make this proposal compatible from an intra and interconnectivity between neighborhoods perspective. Secondly, staff mentions that rezoning 170 Forest Road is not compatible, and we would be happy to include a condition that 170 Forest Road can only be used for the street or a single-family home, which is what it is now. We proactively met with the Green Acres community prior to this meeting, and this parcel was a concern for them as well. This would address all parties' concerns with that particular parcel. Lastly, the staff mentioned that we don't have varying housing types. I disagree with this assessment completely. We are absolutely creating variety in housing type and price points with this development. Existing housing in the surrounding area is one type of housing right now, single-family residential. One parcel does not create a community. Our parcel of townhomes brings the variety to the area that the comprehensive plan calls for, and our price points will be different than the rental homes that currently exist around this parcel as well. The comprehensive plan is not calling for varying housing types within a small under 5 acre development. Varying housing types in a 20 acre development makes sense. But when you look at this development and Green Acres as a whole, now you would have more variety in housing and price points. In order to be mindful of the adjacent neighbors, we push the development closer to the commercial parcels and utilize townhome style units in order to leave the large conserved forest for the neighbors. Tonight, you will hear from some people that do not support this project. The reality is that there are many more people that support this project than are against it. I've heard from both sides. Unfortunately, in our society, only the people that are against it show up or voice their opinions. Keep in mind that this parcel is directly adjacent to 15 homes in Green Acres. 8 out of those 15 homes are rentals currently. That is over 50%. This project is not negatively impacting the community. Also, keep in mind that this property was one commissioner vote away from being rezoned commercial and being an Aldi grocery store in 2013. None of us believe that would be the best use for this property. This property will be rezoned one day, if not on this attempt. We can't be naive and think that this property in this location should sit vacant for many years to come when we're in the midst of a housing crisis and have an opportunity to make an impact today. Thank you. I'm going to leave it to Frank Pittman, our civil engineer, to say a couple of words.
Good evening. I'll be quick. I think Blake covered most everything. I just want to touch on a couple of staff report comments because there may be questions regarding those. I think it was mentioned about access to Barnett Shoals. We would love for this project to come out to Barnett Shoals. That's not an option. So this piece of property as it is, the only access is to try to find it somewhere else. It's zoned single family today. It doesn't work for single family development. You've got to put in a road. To put in a road for a handful of lots can't cover the cost of the road. It's mentioned that it's a high density cul-de-sac. This is the lowest density RM zoning allowed. So I would say that's a pretty good transition, not high density at all. The comment about angle parking, we'd love to not do angle parking. That's a code requirement that the RM buildings face the street. Streets require angle parking or parallel parking. So we'd love to change that in the code. I know that's come up on a lot of these projects over the years. Not a whole lot we can do about that. Blake mentioned that, we're fine with adding a condition that we self-impose that on the 170 Forest Road lot. There's no intention at all for that to be any multifamily building on that lot. And we want to keep it that way. As far as a binding plan goes, we didn't necessarily have a problem with a binding plan. There was no mention of suggestion of a binding plan until we saw the staff report. And from my earlier conversations, when I met with staff, that didn't seem to be a concern. So we were not trying to bait and switch. That's just, we keep hearing we don't necessarily want a binding site plan. So as we came to you guys a few months ago, the very similar project on the other side of town, on Jennings Mill Parkway for a townhouse development that was a lot bigger than this, but very similar, was adjacent to a existing single-family subdivision, and it was EI property on the other side. We came and presented or submitted a binding plan, and the binding plan ended up getting thrown out. So we didn't come back with that this time, but this is the project they want to build. And we would ask for y'all's recommendation tonight, open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the audience who is here to speak in favor of this application?
Hello, I'm Chris Joyner. I live at 233 Ashbrook Drive. I grew up in Brookstone off of Barnett Shoals, across from elementary school. I also went to preschool at Green Acres Baptist Church, which actually owns this piece of property currently. Grew up in Shoal Creek Farms off Morton Road. My parents still live over there. Our office is at 1490 Prince Avenue across from the old Navy Supply School. I'm a property manager, I'm a real estate broker, small business owner. I'm on the board of directors of the Association of Realtors, and then I actually serve on the hearings board for ACC. Above all, I'm a father and an East Sider. So over my 37 years, little has really changed on the East Side. Recently, I spoke to Duke Gibbs, who developed Wyatt Park, and he also owns some property on the East Side. When talking about the East Side and about property with him, he said, if you're not improving, you're going backwards. The subject property is a great example of that. The property was intended to be an outdoor gathering space for the church and the community. Over time, there was an effort to develop it. At one time, I think it was an Aldi, maybe another time a Starbucks. It seems like both times they were received with pushback. You know, right now I've got a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, and I would love a drive-through spot on the east side. I think it would make things a little easier. It also seems like Aldi's done really great business and is a good business to have on the east side. So that said, when efforts have been made to improve and invest on the east side, they've been met with resistance. So instead of improving this property, it's currently being used as a encampment for the unsheltered. As a kid, we used to play in the woods, and now I wouldn't want my kids anywhere near these woods, or I wouldn't want anywhere near these woods. From talking to people that have helped clean up this property, they've found drug paraphernalia and human excrement, just to name some of the things they found. The site is not suited or intended to be used in this way, and as an East Sider, I think anything would be better than its current condition. As seen by this homeless camp and as declared by ACC, we are in a housing crisis. This project would add to the housing supply. As a broker and a property manager, I think the supply is our biggest issue right now in real estate. This is a small scale development, does not have any amenities geared towards undergrads. It's walkable to public transportation and commercial center. As far as ingress egress, there are 7 to 8 points of entry to get in and out of Green Acres as I count them. There's also church service every Sunday and a preschool that I went to as a kid, and I know how that traffic looks. And so what I'm saying for context, we have 2 complexes off of Cedar Shoals Drives that we manage with 31 and 46 units respectively. Whenever I'm leaving there, I can rarely think of a time I've actually sat behind somebody. So I am in favor of this project, and more than anything, I'm in favor of positive change on the east side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. Is there any other member of the audience here to speak in favor of this proposal?
Good evening. I'm Ray Argo. I'm representing 2085 Barnett Shoals Road, which is Green Acres Church. I'm the treasurer and one of the 3 trustees of the church. We bought this property some 10 years ago from the bank because of a crisis at that time. Aldi and others wanted that property. In fact, I think it was Walgreen who originally wanted the property to build Walgreen and was not successful. We lucked out as an investment. We had great ideas from everybody in the church. We had twice, a little over twice the membership that we have now. So our ideas and our plans and our dreams were great then, but a lot of things happened. Economy, the church lost membership. Our plans and dreams could not be materialized because of economics, because there wasn't the money to do it. We had plans to build in our minds, not on paper. Facilities for youth, lots of other ideas that never materialized for that property. It was landlocked. We had an opportunity from the homeowner of that 170 who offered it to the church, again, like we ran into with the bank, at a reasonable price. We needed that property to have access to the landlocked piece of 4.5 acres. So we had every intent to do, and we currently maintain try to maintain a prayer garden there and use the property for church purposes, but it's becoming very difficult to do. One primary reason is the homeless problem. And a lot of people think that our Athens-Clarke County comes in and cleans up the homeless. That's not true. I've been a part of 4 attempts of 4 projects to have to pick up and remove all of the paraphernalia that gets left there, including needles and syringes with drugs, and trying to get people to help do that. So it's become a liability for the church. You've heard that before. The church is trying to work with the East Athens folks. There's a business community there that wants to improve that corridor, the look and feel of it. The church buys into that. We're active in that. Our pastors are active in that group, and we want to beautify our church property across the street. And obviously I'm for this project because it's a benefit to the church that we can use the proceeds to help beautify and do things for the East Athens community, not to mention putting the property back into the tax base. So we speak in favor of this project because of one major thing. Over the course of those 10+ years that we've owned this property, we've entertained, I don't know how many offers on it. Almost, I would say 100% before this one were folks in the commercial sector. Most all of them cared less about buffers.
Mr. Argo, thank you. Your time has expired. Is there any other member of the public here wishing to speak in favor of this proposal? Is there any member of the public here wishing to speak in opposition to this?
Mr. Chair, we have had one individual call and recommend 10 minutes to represent the neighborhood in opposition. And that's him. So, yeah.
Sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I'm Kent Middleton. I live at 195 Clyde Road in Green Acre subdivision, retired UGA professor, and I'm president of the Green Acres Crestwood Community Association, a voluntary homeowners group made up of about 80 households out of the 440 homes in the Green Acres Crestwood area. About 30 homeowners attended a meeting Monday to discuss this proposal. Blake Underwood and Frank Pittman attended. We thank them for that. They explained their proposal for us. About 25 of those attending the meeting opposed the rezoning, and about 5 at that meeting supported it. And folks from others opposing it will speak. We did not discuss the planning department staff report at the neighborhood meeting, but many of the residents objections to the zoning proposal mirrored the planning department staff report, which recommends denial of the zoning change. So over the years, recommendations to deny by the planning department staff have been influential in denying several ill-conceived proposals for this 4.7 acres owned by the Baptist Church. It's an unusually configured property with a problematic history. Many of us in Green Acres hope that the Planning Commission will again follow the advice of the Planning Department to deny approval. Green Acres now is zoned for single-family housing. Future land use map envisions a traditional neighborhood that would include single-family residences, but also duplexes, which resemble large homes, and townhouses. I'm quoting the definition of a neighborhood. The traditional neighborhood envisions strict design standards to ensure appropriateness of design and to protect the neighborhood character. The planning department staff concludes that the zoning of the church acreage might be changed from single-family residential to mixed-density residential to allow more variety of housing consistent with the future land use plan and existing zoning. Staff says a properly conceived project could provide appropriate transitional housing from the surrounding single-family properties and the nearby commercial districts. The staff notes that the property is, quote, a candidate for unique pocket neighborhood with quality design, something that fits the definition of a traditional neighborhood as envisioned by the land use plan. Even so, staff is very critical of the proposed 28 townhouse style rental houses. The staff says the Pittman proposal has settled, that's their word, settled for what is essentially a high density cul-de-sac, providing one type of housing, problematic auto maneuverability, and no direct connection for drivers, cyclists, or walkers to Barnett Shoals Road. The staff has even more serious criticism for the proposed rezone of 170 Forest Road, which the staff warns might be developed inconsistently with surrounding single-family housing if the zoning is changed, the townhouse project does not go through. Over the last several years, every petitioner to come before the community and the Planning Commission with a proposal for the church property has asked the neighborhood to settle for a project that is inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood, sometimes quite wildly inconsistent, as when a national drugstore chain petitioned to build a very large building with prohibited drive-throughs and joining the church property with the adjoining Chevron station. The Planning Commission and the Marin Commission shot that project down. They also defeated an Aldi's proposal, which was closer to the character of the neighborhood, but also large and out of proportion. A coffee shop with prohibited drive-throughs, and we want to keep the drive-throughs out of that side of the street, was withdrawn. In every case, including the present one, developers say, this property is going to be developed sometimes. Ours is the best deal that you're going to get, and you should take it. We don't want to settle. The east side is a great place to live. One can walk and bike safely for miles through connected neighborhoods. Take a racket and a paddle and bike out to the tennis center. We have lovely tree-lined neighborhoods, locally owned international restaurants, and major food shopping. We have the vet school. But we also have settled over the years for treeless commercial thoroughfares lined with franchises. We've allowed not just commercial development, but the largest commercial development on the scale allowed in the most intense commercial districts on Lexington Road and Atlanta Highway. Hopefully, we will not settle for 28 identical rental houses on land the planning staff says would be better transitional development if it contained a variety of housing types and price points called for in the comprehensive plan. At the neighborhood meeting October 30th, former District 8 Commissioner and Green Acres resident Andy Herod warned that rezoning the 4.7 acres without a planned development removes controls on buffers, traffic, and control of building sizes and styles. Former Commissioner Perry is here tonight and will speak to that issue in more detail. Opponents of the proposal at the neighborhood meeting generally favored owner-occupied properties, perhaps single-family houses or smaller, well-constructed duplexes or condos on the order of Georgetown condominiums or Greystone or Drayton Square. Carol Myers, District 8 Commissioner and also a Green Acres resident, said by phone she too tended to favor smaller owner-occupied dwellings. Opponents of the townhouse proposal fear noise, traffic, parties, and traffic from what they see as essentially more student rental housing in a city replete with rental housing, including near the vet school. Mr. Underwood, of course, protests that townhouses are not just for students. Besides recommending owner-occupied single-family housing or a mix of housing at our neighborhood meetings, it was suggested that maybe a small office park with limited lighting and traffic could be put there. There are already 2 doctor's offices at the corner of Forest and Garnet Shoals Road. Another resident asked whether a neighborhood trust could be formed to buy the property for a preserve or other public use, perhaps with the help of the ACC. But the government, someday the church property will be developed. But if the government is to change zoning on the church property to permit a variety of housing as a bridge development between single-family housing and the more commercial surroundings, it should require a variety of housing price points, holding the developer to account in a planned development or a binding site plan, holding the company to high standards of quality, aesthetics, and connectivity. The church property is not the place to begin the transition to more diverse housing by settling for 28 nearly identical rental units isolated from their surroundings. I suggest the Planning Commission follow the recommendation of the Planning Department staff and deny approval of the zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Is there any other member of the audience wishing to speak in this project?
Mr. Chair, before we move forward, we were told he's speaking on behalf of the community, correct? On behalf
of the HOA.
Of the HOA. Okay, I just want to make sure we have the names. If anyone else is speaking, he spoke on their behalf because we took 10 minutes for his speech. That anyone is a member of the HOA, they've already been spoken for.
We've always given 10 minutes either side, and then anybody that wants to speak additionally can have 3 minutes. We've never restricted to 3 minutes.
If there's, why was he speaking on their behalf?
It's not in the bylaws.
Or we've always allowed 10 minutes for and against, and then 3 minutes. The same we did for the applicant. They had a 10-minute slot, and then there were additional members that spoke for 3 minutes.
Just usually we just don't have someone speaking in opposition that knows to ask for the 10 minutes.
It's not as common for somebody representing a group to ask, to request the 10 minutes, but they're allowed to have it.
And then the rest of the group show up and speak as well.
We are, may I say one word? May I come forward?
You've had your
question.
We don't have a question.
No, I don't think we need that. Thank you. But we'll open it over to the next member of the public who wants to speak.
I'm Sarah Maya. My husband and I bought 155 Greencrest Drive 2 years ago. If you look at that map, it's one of the conjoining lots in the lower end of this development where the parking lot is, 4 lots down, Barnett Shoals. I just came here today to express my concern for the lack of privacy that we're going to incur from this development, as well as the complete upheaval of our peace, everyone living, bordering that, while this is being constructed and after it's being constructed. We're not gonna know the same life that we did, that we bought into. We spent our entire life savings buying our house. We're first-time homeowners. We had no idea that this was a threat that we would have to deal with. That bold line on that map is pretty much the fence of our backyard. That's just a few feet from this parking lot. It's a huge change from an entire forested area in our backyard. That's all I have to say.
Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to this project?
My name is Brad Hankins. I live at 598 Forest Road in Green Acres, about at the other end of Forest Road from the proposed rezoning. First of all, I want to thank all of you for the amazing work you do. I cannot think of another place that I would prefer to live over Athens-Clarke County, and your work contributes to that immensely. The proposed Forest Shoals project states that it will be unattractive to students because it lacks the amenities that students look for. It also lacks the amenities that young families look for. Are we to attract 28 young couples with perhaps 60 children with nowhere for those children to play other than a parking lot? I just don't think so. And this proposal is nothing but bedrooms and parking places. And that makes it very attractive to vet students and other kinds of students that would jump on the opportunity to live in Forest Shoals. So we'd have 76 bedrooms, 76 cars, and probably a couple of motorcycles. I sat at the intersection of Forest Roads and Barnett Shoals Tuesday morning from 7 a.m. until 9 a.m. counting cars. Of course, there are about 600 cars per hour that pass that stoplight at Barnett Shoals Road, but I was more interested in the cars entering and leaving Green Acres subdivision. Almost all of them came during the second hour that I was there between 8 and 9. There were 91 cars that exited Green Acres and 83 that entered Green Acres. On 3 separate occasions, 6 or more cars waited at the light to exit the subdivision. That means, because there were 6 cars, that 170 Forest Road is blocked by cars. That's not a big deal for the people who live at 170 Forest Road now, but if there were 3 or 5 or 10 cars trying to exit Forest Shoals townhomes, and there were already cars blocking them, that would be a problem, and that would divert traffic into the subdivision trying to exit somewhere else so they can get to class on time. Forest Shoals is going to bring traffic, noise, and lower property values to our neighborhood. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Any other members of the public opposition?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Andy Garrett. I live at 315 Brookwood Drive, which is about 250 yards or so from here. I believe you all have a letter from me. I brought to planning yesterday. So I will just give you the cliff notes. There are several points that I would like to bring up and talk about. Some have been covered, but as you know from your packet, the proposal is to demolish the house at 170 and rezone that to RM1. It sits presently in a row of single-family zoned houses. That is an egregious spot zoning. We all know spot zoning is not good planning principles. The other aspect of that is if 170 Forest is rezoned RM1, that makes 140 Forest an orphan, an RS orphan between the office on the corner of Forest and Barnett Shoals Road and 170. I think if that happens, there's going to be increased pressure on that lot to be have the zoning changed and to be have that house to be demolished. And then you have a potential for a large commercial development on that corner right in the neighborhood. The developers claim that this is not going to be for students. I find that hard to believe. Their website says they're developers of multifamily and student housing. The amount of parking that they're asking for tells me that they're expecting students there with cars. This is a 3-minute walk from the vet school. It's about a 5-minute walk, a 5-minute drive down College Station Road. I suspect what will happen is that some of these properties will be bought by parents for students at the University of Georgia. The parents will put those properties in the students' names. They will claim the homestead exemption, so Athens-Clarke County will not be getting as much tax revenue as the developers claim. As Mr. Hankins just mentioned, that exit of Forest onto Barnett Shoals sits right across from the Kroger parking lot. If you're trying to come out of that property on Forest and turn left onto Barnett Shoals Road, you can often wait a really long time because there's traffic coming out of Kroger into Green Acres and you have to wait to turn left. So what that means is that traffic is going to come out of 170, it's going to turn right into the neighborhood, and then it's going to go either right or left or along Brookwood. If it comes to the right, it will turn right onto Greencrest and try and get out of the intersection on Barnett Shoals Road. There is no traffic light there. If it turns left, it will go along Brookwood and try to come out on Greencrest at the traffic light by the Bank of America. There's a red light camera there. A red light camera was put there because it was one of the worst intersections in Athens-Clarke County and people were always running the red light. So you put more traffic out in that direction, you're asking for trouble. The fact that this is not being done as a planned development, as a PD, means that the neighborhood has absolutely zero guarantee that the developers will do what they say they're going to do. And I've been around the block long enough to know that when you don't hold somebody's feet to the fire, when quote unquote, the economy changes, business plans change, whatever it happens to be, then they do something different. Finally.
Thank you, Mr. Harrod. Yeah.
Very good.
Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition?
My name is Roxanne Everhart, and my family has been at 135 for 65 years. And we eventually bought 145 where I live now. My brother lives at 135. And we have both moved away from home. But when our older brother passed away, he was in Taiwan. He Skyped a job over the internet and got it. And he came back to the house where he came home from the hospital to. And when I retired, I moved back to 145. And because it's home and it's wonderful. And it has always been a very safe neighborhood. I mean, you don't see anything going wrong. Occasionally with the fire department is a lot of noise, but my concern is the safety. Now, I go to Green Acres Baptist and I love Green Acres Baptist. I love to invite all of y'all to Green Acres Baptist, but I'm talking to the people, the developers. I don't mind something being there, but it's a family neighborhood. It is a strictly family neighborhood. We don't need people that are going to come and go, and who knows in years to come, who's going to pull out a gun and shoot somebody and come through our window. So I'm very concerned about the safety. And plus you're talking about the traffic on Greencrest down at our end. You have to take a number to get out because people are going in both directions, especially early and late. So it's a very high traffic area. So that's what I will say, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs. River.
Hi, I'm Sinclair Jackson. I live at 290 Forest Road. I'm opposed to this plan for many of the reasons the neighbors have already named. I'll begin with the plan that the developer has for it to be, it's called townhomes. But I think in reality, what we're going to be seeing is student housing, undergraduate student housing. And sure, it's close to transportation, it's close to the bus stop, but you know, as Americans, everyone has their own car and everyone likes to take their car. I have a lot of concerns about the noise, increased littering, the traffic, and primarily where we live, we're affected by the stormwater runoff. The county in recent years has done a lot to mitigate the problem, but when we have a heavy rain, we're seeing one again, there is a raging torrent that comes down Belmont Court. At times I've been concerned about even driving my car through it. It could sweep a small child away. There have been houses in the neighborhood that have flooded. There's several that are in the 100-year flood zone. So I think the runoff from having more impermeable surfaces is going to contribute to flooding in the area. There's some houses that aren't even in the flood zone that collect water. I know the neighbor across the street, one time the neighbors had to come dig the debris out of the storm drains because their house had started to flood. This is not going to help or enhance the neighborhood in any way. I would love to see more green space in the county. I think that should be one of our initiatives as well, to preserve tree canopy, because we'll need that in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Hi, I'm Raquel Francisco, and I live and own 295 Greencrest Drive. So I'm about a block down from this, and a lot of people have already spoken on some topics I wanted to touch on. But just to reiterate, to really put this in perspective for you guys, what they're thinking of offering these 3-bedroom units is a $2,000 a month payment. And those are the 3 bedrooms, and the 2 bedrooms will be $1,600 a month. Actual single-family homes in our neighborhood rent for a very similar price. So this whole we're making more housing for other people, different socioeconomic backgrounds to come, that's not what's happening here. It's just very, very modern, luxurious housing for students. Nobody else is going to be able to afford that price point. And in addition to what they say about the traffic in our particular neighborhood, we have a very beautiful neighborhood, but our streets are unmarked. We don't have bicycle lanes and we don't have sidewalks. And our lighting, unfortunately, is quite poor, especially in the winter. So just think that when a car comes out of this and makes a left, if they don't hit that street light when they turn right and they try to find another exit, they're going to be sweeping through a lot of street parking. There's not going to be good visibilities. We have a ton of walkers. We have a lot of kids. We have kids that ride bike to school in the morning. So just be mindful that this development isn't offering to help build sidewalks or reroute pedestrian traffic, that they're actually going to increase. So they're increasing traffic density in the neighborhood as well as pedestrian density, but then they're not helping manage any of these increases with any kind of sidewalk or lighting, et cetera, outside of their very, very small development. So while we need more housing in Athens, I absolutely agree. I don't believe that it's this particular type of housing. As a first-time homeowner and a young professional, I would not be able to afford this. It's more expensive than my mortgage, and I bought into this neighborhood. So I just want to leave it there that this isn't really realistic for the demographic that they're trying to target. And it's actually, you can laugh at it after the argument we just had about having housing for people that really need it. This obviously isn't that kind of housing, and it's not the housing we need in Athens.
Thank you, Ms. Francisco. Is there any other member of the public here to speak?
Yeah, at least more.
Hello, thank you all. Again, I'm going to try and keep it a little bit more brief since it has been a long night. And a lot of what I'm saying is similar to what my other neighbors have said, but I'm also a first-time home buyer in the neighborhood, 390 Greencrest. I'm actually at the end of where Forest Road runs into the.
Can you state your name for the record?
Josh Gentro. I'm at the end of where Forest Road runs into Greencrest, which one of my first things when I just found out about this was the, again, environmental impact. I am at the bottom where the tributary runs through our neighborhood. So I already deal with runoff and water problems. My entire lot is sloped downward. So I don't think that this is going to help me specifically or anybody else in my certain area, this development. Speaking on the environment again, also, as a lot of the neighbors here will also, know when I mention this, we have a very large population of deer that frequent our neighborhood. They are almost our own neighbors. They are quite frequently, when I come home from work late, living in my front or backyard. The traffic impact of this is another thing that I'm just terrified of, because as everybody has mentioned, people are going to learn once they move in there that there's multiple access points through our neighborhood, and they're going to start tearing through the neighborhood. We already have some I'm assuming residents or passersby that don't really follow the safety that they should be in the neighborhood. And I don't have kids myself yet, but we had at least 30 or 40 trick or treaters come by our door this past week. And not only was, it very positive to see as a newer member of the neighborhood, but I can't imagine if I was a parent having to do that, and will be soon in the future, having to deal with traffic from an extra however many units being moved into our neighborhood. In addition, I'd like to make a comment on one thing. One of the applicants mentioned when he walked up, that they've had a strong contingent of people in favor of this and communication with us. I think it's already evidenced pretty well that a lot of us are caught off guard by this. I was unable to be at the meeting a few days ago, but I caught up through our Facebook group. We have many channels of communication with each other, and no one that I have spoken with or that I have become very good neighbors with is in favor of this. I think, we all agree that there should be, prioritization on finding affordable housing in a positive way. And I think that the lot, has opportunity. I'm a real estate investor myself as well. But this is just throwing spaghetti at the wall, and in my personal interest and opinion, a little bit of a quick money grab plan, because all you're going to be doing, as they've mentioned, is selling condos and or renting on a piece of property that I don't view as a blight in my neighborhood in any way. And not to mention knocking down a house that, while it might need some help, you're cutting off one person at that other building.
Your time's expired.
My name is Kimberly Perez. I am a homeowner at 295 Greencrest Drive. As my neighbors already mentioned, a lot of good points, so I'll try to keep this very brief. So first and foremost, I want to address the so-called marketing. So they're marketing towards young professionals and families. However, as some of my neighbors mentioned, there are no amenities to suggest such. Our nearest park is Southeast Clarke, and that is roughly an 8-minute car ride, a 38-minute bus ride, or over an hour if you were to walk it. So I want to be here and speak for the potential families that are going to inhabit these areas and tell you that there's no green space. There is one park that the Green Acres community erected, and I wouldn't even say the Green Acres community. I think it is one of our neighbors that erected a park with a little swing set for their children that the neighborhood children go to. I also want to address the on-site stormwater management system. Yes, while they do include it up on your right-hand corner on the parcel, I do have concerns about issues with no on-site management to maintain this facility. You can't just go and assume that it's going to maintain itself, and there's going to be no management to do so. So that's a large concern of mine as well, and for my neighbors. And lastly, I just want to address the church's intentions. If the church had come to us, I think the neighborhood could have rallied together and come up and done something really nice with this piece of property. So they wouldn't have had to sell it, or maybe to have their ideas come to fruition. But we have had no communication whatsoever. And as the gentleman before me just mentioned, this kind of snuck up on us, and we have had no communication with the church or the development or anything. So with that, I would like you to consider refusing this rezoning for our community and for future members of Athens-Clarke County.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. The public wishing to speak against the project.
Hey, Melanie Aaron, 165 Clyde Road. I grew up in Green Acres, and I'm back home now with my mother. Moved back home to go back to school, and my father passed away. So, and there are a lot of adult children that have come back to Green Acres. That's how beloved this community is, because we ran the woods in Green Acres. We ran everywhere. We played. We ran all over the neighborhood, biked all over the neighborhood, had a great time. I want to see that continue. I don't want to see a neighborhood where kids have to be afraid and parents have to be afraid to let their children have a little bit of freedom. This is part of our neighborhood. 170 is part of our neighborhood. It's own single family. My mother's fortunate that we have a one-story home. I said to her, that would be wonderful if someone would put owner occupied home, single story for older people, you know, nice, well-built homes that are smaller. Oh, she said, that would be fantastic. I have friends that would love that, you know, always looking for something like that. This is a great place for a pocket neighborhood like that. It's part of our neighborhood. It needs to stay part of our neighborhood. Children ride through the neighborhood in the summer, spring, early fall, going to the pool at the back of the neighborhood. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that if this happens. We're going to lose a lot of that history with that kind of stuff. I would ask that you deny this rezoning and deny the destruction of 170 because it's going to start a really negative precedent. It's going to damage our neighborhood, which is amazing at how intact it is and how many people have lived there for so long and come back and even bought homes there as adults that grew up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Aaron. Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the proposal?
My name is Matthew Mendocino. My family has lived in Green Acres for 55 years. My family owns two of the properties on the right side there along Brookwood Drive. I've always loved living there. Everyone I talk to has loved living there in Green Acres. And when this plan came out, like they were saying, it sort of caught us by surprise. I didn't know that they were proposing this. And when I looked at the plan and all that, my initial reaction was just dismay because it's just ruining, it would ruin the character of our neighborhood. And, you know, all the time that my family spent there would just, you know, sort of destroy that all for me away, all those happy memories away. And I just, the traffic obviously is the tip of the iceberg with this. And ultimately, I just feel, and there have been many good arguments put forth by my neighbors and such, so I won't spend more time, but I just feel like that land could be put to much better use than what's proposed. So I ask that you please not go with the rezoning. So thank you.
Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the proposal?
My name is Laura Moon. I live at 185 Stillwood Court. I'm a pretty new resident to the neighborhood. I moved there in February this year. And I'm asking that this be denied. If I had known that this was, if I'd been looking and this was being built, or I knew that this might be built, I definitely would not have bought in this neighborhood. I do not think it will benefit our neighborhood. I think it would detract from people wanting to buy and build our neighborhood back up and redo homes in the neighborhood. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moon. Is there any other member of the public here to speak in opposition to the proposal? Seeing none, we'll turn it back over to the applicant. You have 2 minutes to respond.
How long do I have?
2 minutes.
We heard a lot there. I'll try to be quick then, just to touch on a few things we heard. First of all, I want to say real quickly, we're not proposing to put this in the middle of Green Acres. We're right behind two commercial convenience stores today. The future land use map does meet the future land use map of traditional neighborhood. It's not a high density cul-de-sac. This is the lowest density multifamily use allowed by code. We've already offered up a condition that we're good with on 170 Forest Road so that there will be no multifamily development there. There was comments about no communication with the church. I don't know that I can speak on that other than to say this property's been for sale for a number of years. So this didn't come out of the blue as far as coming up for sale. There's a comment about this not being a planned development. The purpose of planned development is if you want to do something that doesn't meet code, you offer up some other things. So you can do some things that doesn't meet code. We're not asking to not meet code. So that's why there's no need for planned development. There was comments about favorite owner occupied. As we mentioned earlier, over half the houses that back up to this are rentals today in Green Acres. So they're not owner occupied either. The lack of privacy, we're proposing these buildings to be significantly further from the existing houses than the existing houses are from the existing houses. So we're providing a little more privacy than what they have today. Comment about 76 beds is 76 cars and a couple motorcycles. I think the number a while ago was mentioned there are 440 existing homes out there. That's probably close to 1,000 cars and maybe 4 or 5 motorcycles. The traffic, this project would produce less than 200 daily trips. The existing neighborhood would produce close to 4,500 daily trips. So we're not really doing much as far as traffic goes. These are not for sale, so the homestead exemption comment doesn't. Okay. Thank you.
All right, at this point, we will bring it back behind the rail for discussion. I see Sarah and then Joey.
Okay, I have a couple of miscellaneous comments to start off and a question. First miscellaneous comment is what we're looking at right now is a straight rezone as opposed to a planned development, which I just say to put out there that someone mentioned the stormwater issue. Our stormwater people also offered a comment about it. They said, the surface discharge is most likely not be acceptable in this location. But the thing about the straight rezone is that if anything's going to get built there, it's going to have to go through all the process to get that approval from our excellent Transportation Public Works Department that their stormwater management system is going to be okay. I noticed just one thing in the submitted written public comments from someone that didn't hear speak today, from the person who is the owner of the house at 140 Forest Road that is in danger of being orphaned. He said that he was that the proposed rezoning of the adjacent property sets a worrying precedent and raises question about the future of my own property's zoning. And I thought that was a interesting question coming from the owner, assuming that he's not looking to rezone his own property in the future. I don't think he has to worry about it. And so this is a question. It's for staff, but I know we also have several other planning professionals on the commission, or educated people. So I've heard, spot zoning is obviously bad. It's obviously a bad thing that one parcel, that 170 would be, an RM1 when there isn't an RM1 next to it. And my question is why, what materially is wrong with that? And that's a genuine question. And if that question is me asking you to regurgitate 4 to 10 years of planning education in 3 sentences, just let me know and I can learn about it later. But does anyone have an answer for that? What materially is wrong with one parcel being a slightly different zoning than the ones around it?
So you're referencing the house that would be left over
driveway
next to the driveway?
And the driveway, but even assuming it wasn't, assuming it's the straight rezone and someone came in and did an RM1 thing with that parcel. What is wrong with just one parcel being next to other parcels that are a different zoning? Why is that obviously bad?
Yeah, when you have smaller scale inconsistencies, they're very hard to manage the negative externalities that come along with that. And that's what I'm trying to say very quickly. So when you have larger expanses that have common development schemes, development allowances, uses, all the metrics that go along with that, size and mass, scale, placement, you can have variety in there, but they all are kind of cutting from the same piece of cloth in larger pieces, and they tend to be more cohesive, and tend not to have friction. So when you have very small pieces that are dissimilar, and in this case, I think the spot zoning would be RM1 on the piece that's asking to be rezoned, but the photo negative is it also creates another spot if it's approved right next to it, which would remain single family. So that would be the issue from a planning practice standpoint, is to avoid these little small mosaics of dissimilar zoning that creates friction.
What's the friction?
Single family next to commercial, next to multifamily, when you're that small, you have a variety of setbacks and masses and scales. And I know you could make an argument for incrementalism, and that creates variety. The flip side of that is you've got a bunch of different expectations on those pieces. And when you're that finite with those differences, it tends to make the friction. You have a variety of uses that are literally a couple feet away from another variety of uses, which are literally another couple feet away from another variety of uses. And you don't have the opportunities for the buffering and all the other things that will go along with it to help ease those differences to remain compatible.
And is this kind of thing why we like can't have corner stores anymore in like neighborhoods?
I think taken to the extreme, yes.
Okay. I think I have a little bit better idea. Thank you.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around that too, because I think they've mentioned a condition on that to either it be the entrance or left single family, that they would place their own condition upon that. But I guess what, a lot of times, and I know that's a tiny piece, and I guess we're breaking it apart. Could at some point that become one parcel with a new survey, and it all becomes one? So therefore the rezone is not a lot in that property. Because when I look at this, and I just want to say, I appreciate all the public comment. We don't sit in easy chairs up here, and we hear both sides, and I do hear both sides. And I will say originally, I was not for an Aldi grocery store there or something of that nature. I think that would have having a big grocery store, and you're looking at the back of all those concrete block walls and stuff, that would have definitely, not been pleasant for the rental houses and the few people who actually own their house and live there and look at it. But when I look at this development, hearing about the condition on that lot, it tends me to like this development because I think the size of the lot, you are putting different housing in, and that's what we keep talking about and keep pushing and keep looking at all over our community. How can we fit in, townhomes with residentials and duplexes and this and tiny homes and all this? We try to look at all that. Well, I look at this property, I look how it sits in here. And I've heard one person say that it is a homeless encampment or something back there. I definitely wouldn't want that around my neighborhood. I would think this would be a better use of the property. And to me, from what I've seen and for other things, what I've seen, this has been the best use brought forward. And with the tiny access out to Barnett Shoals, that with the College Station Road red light and no access there available, you have to go the other way. And then putting a condition on that makes me feel comfortable. And then I believe they mentioned sidewalk out to the road, which then makes this walkable, which that's what we preach, and walkable. We all want walkable. And that takes it straight into all the restaurants and the shopping to give connectivity to everything that as a community. So I lean in favor of the actual project with the conditions placed on it to assure that we're not getting a one lot that could be something different, but it's actually what is being placed there.
Sarah's question is interesting. To me, though, I read this as, I mean, we've got RS-25 across from Commercial General, across from the vet school. And it's just like, it's a mess. And poor East Side, I feel so bad. Like, this is just kind of a microcosm of the larger issue of what's going along the street, which is just kind of a mess, and I'm sorry. And I really feel for those homeowners right there because, yeah, you're totally getting cut off from the neighborhood. And that's the thing, like when you live in that first house in the neighborhood, like there's always that risk of like what's going on that other side of you that's like more commercial. I tend to, I think it's inevitable that this lot would and should be developed. And I think that that's something that the neighborhood kind of needs to chew on a bit because it really is, it could be a really cool project. And I say that where I don't support this project. I think that we've made a lot of really bad decisions along this corridor, and I really would like to see some good decisions. And I don't think that this is the best decision for this neighborhood in this portion of the east side. So that's my piece.
This is for staff. How did we get this landlocked property? Was it a big parcel where those two front commercial parcels were carved off at some point?
I mean, technically, it's got frontage, it's not landlocked, but the history on how that overall property was put together, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. If it was a series of properties that was combined.
And what is the minimum, so the fact that you can't use that L as a driveway because it's too close, what is the minimum separation between, like, how far would that have had to have been away from College Station before?
Call it, actually, again, not a traffic engineer, but I would think at least 150 feet to the beginning point of any curb cut.
Brad, can I follow up on that question? You said it's not landlocked because they have frontage. But if I understood correctly, our Transportation and Public Works Department won't allow them to use that frontage for access. And if that's true, maybe this is a John question, and I'm sorry to bring up con law this late at night, but if our regulations don't allow them to use their frontage, then isn't there a risk that there's a regulatory taking? We're depriving them of economically viable use of their land.
I think it very much could have come into play that one, I don't know what design was presented to our traffic engineering department, and I'm not questioning the engineer at all, Mr. Pittman. I don't know if a right in, right out only was presented, and that even that with that number of units may not have been approved. But I think to get into any kind of a regulatory taking, property zoned RS-25 with the existing density, you can certainly build a house on it and more than likely be given a residential driveway. And if you can do that, I think it's a very difficult argument to make that you're dealing with a taking of the property value. In addition, they're asking to change zoning and put more density on it and then have a driveway at a less than desirable location. So
your understanding is that they could put a driveway there that close to the street corner if it was for a something that was consistent with the zoning, which would be about 1.8 times 4.8, so like 8 houses, 8 RS-25 lots.
I mean, for 8, and Mr. Pittman's right, for 8 lots for it to be subdivided, you would have to put in a public street. And they're not going to approve a public street that close to College Station. And that's what we were dealing with the previous rezonings. When it was all in, it was the drugstore. Those were all being done in conjunction with Mr. Berryman's gas station at that time and as a combination. So it lined up with College Station. I don't know about 8, but it's a piece of property that's zoned RS-25 that's got a little bit of acreage with it. I don't think we could deny them a driveway if I bought that 8 acres and wanted to build my house on it. I don't think access would be restricted and that would be a completely permitted use.
For me, generally, I can't really see doing anything with this without it being a PD to kind of address the issue of the forest road access. I do think that the RS 25 is inappropriately low density zoning for this spot. This is a transition spot. And I do think that clustering the housing in the way that it is in this drawing is a way to preserve buffer for the neighbors in a way that the zoning that currently sits there would not necessarily do as well. That would be just dependent upon the lot owners, but I think I just think obviously with the public input we're getting, it just seems like this is it's been a problematic piece of property. I think it needs a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn about this one because I do believe this is a good place for higher density housing. Even this many units I'm comfortable with actually, but I think it needs to be something that I think it needs to be a PD, actually, is what I think.
I guess I'll jump in just to agree with Sarah that I think RS 25 is inappropriately low density there from a land use standpoint, which is our job is to think about Athens-Clarke County's interest and, it's a great place for more density. It's walkable to a great deal of existing commercial stuff that's very nice and that, it's walkable to jobs, the vet school and stuff like that. I think RM zoning next to RS zoning is fine and good. So I don't have a problem with a lot of aspects of this project. However, I do think what makes me hesitate is just that a straight rezone to RM1 here would permit, and I take the applicant at their word that they intend to build exactly what's shown here on the site plan. But as far as the Athens' interest in it, an apartment complex there with different buffers and stuff like that, that's just straight up allowed by RM1 zoning might be problematic in a way that I think a site plan like this, if it were binding, either as a binding site plan or as a PD, it seems basically okay to me. I think it's a great place for a little more zoning. And the bottom line, I come back to that we have a supply crisis here. We need much more housing in Athens. Rent is too high. And the only thing that is proven to decrease rent and slow or reverse the rapid growth of home prices is more supply. And so, we frequently hear from neighbors, I appreciate all the public comment, who say, God knows we need housing in Athens, but just I don't want it here. And so, from the county's standpoint, if we allow every neighborhood to veto housing near them, then what we get is what we have right now, unfortunately, which is a housing crisis, and we're not building enough. So I'm sympathetic to the project. I have concerns with a straight rezone because anything could be built there then. But I would be very comfortable with something either in the nature of a binding site plan or a PD that would give the county some assurance that it was going to get what was shown on the drawings. Maybe.
Yeah, I want to say I agree, I strongly with Matt and Sylvester said. I think that the applicant mentioned that could be used for projects that didn't meet code, but I think this kind of site demands something, if it's going to be multifamily, it should integrate in a really well designed way to the neighborhood. And just the one thing I want to add is this whole area is really ripe for a whole retrofit design. I think you mentioned, Kristen, it's pretty terrible. They're both the road design and the land use is very sprawl car oriented, and it has so much potential to be a truly livable corridor. But that takes a little bit higher standard of design of both the right of way the access to the new buildings, that transition from a denser commercial and mixed use along Barnett Shoals to the single family character of the neighborhoods of Block N. So I hope we can one day make that kind of plan where it'll be easy for property owners to just slide into a design that's already there.
Oh, I forgot to say one thing that I wanted to say, which is, just so that the applicant hears this, I wanted to mention, I agree completely with the applicant that the comprehensive plan policy that calls for variety of housing types does not demand a variety of housing types on a fairly small parcel. It demands greater variety in Athens-Clarke County. And so in an area that has a monoculture of single-family detached homes on fairly large lots, introducing townhomes or a pocket neighborhood or a cottage court does introduce variety, even if it's all townhomes or all cottages. I think it does meet that policy of our comprehensive plan. And so I wanted the applicant and the public to know that I think they're on the right track there in terms of that policy statement in our comp plan. I think any project that adds townhomes to Athens-Clarke County in a predominantly single family neighborhood does add variety, and it does therefore serve the interest that we have expressed as a county, that we've said that we want to see builders build. Yeah, Kristen.
I'd like to make a motion for denial. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion for denial by Kristen and second by Sarah. Yeah, discuss.
Yes. So I don't want to stop discussion. I just want to put it out there.
No, that's, and I'm trying to get this straight because I always say I like things that are consistent because everybody sort of knows what they're stepping into. And the inconsistency I'm hearing here, and then I'm going to ask staff in a second. So they want a binding plan. They don't want a binding plan. And that's a confusing thing. And I've heard the discussions going. That's my biggest issue with this. And I've heard it several times is when you have a piece of property like this, that is a buffer property. Personally, well, it doesn't matter what I think is personal. But this design is a transitioning design. It's going from housing to apartment style, townhomes, whatever, to back end of Chevron or whatever. So that's good. But the applicant was understanding we don't want a binding plan. And then we're kind of talking about over, in our discussions that if we just knew if we knew they would do this under all circumstances, and it's not a trust issue to the applicant, it's a circumstance issue. Not everything finishes like you think it's going to happen. And I've been on both ends of that. So I know it happens. And one of the speakers said the same thing. So I'm trying to harness a little bit of understanding why do we and why don't we, and why is that not just so easy for everybody to understand? Did I phrase that question well enough for you to
I think so.
bite into a little bit?
I mean, in theory, with a lot of these types of rezonings, the reason that staff doesn't call for a binding plan, and I think we tried to express that in our report, was that, something that from a transitional standpoint, this property between the gas stations and convenience stores in the neighborhood serves as a good transitional area for some other type of development. If it was a PD, if it was a mix of housing types, if it was some commitment to some designs to assist in getting the neighborhood on board, that always goes a long way to help with comfort level. But every property owner has a right to apply for and ask for consideration of having their zoning changed to a different zoning designation. And it should never be mandated or the basis for a denial strictly that the reason I'm not approving it is, we evaluate it from a land use and a comprehensive plan standpoint, and whether or not RM1 is or is not appropriate for this property. that you shouldn't have to submit a binding plan all the time. This one, and I think Stephen pointed out, and our biggest concern with all of this property, with the land use evaluation and the zoning evaluation, is changing a single lot in what was a designed single-family subdivision to a multifamily zone that's between two other single families. Even if the house stays there, it's now zoned multifamily, which means it's no longer subject to the same rental regulations as the rest of the houses in the neighborhood, as an example. This plan, and I'm like Matt, I don't question the developer or the engineer's, commitment to building this design. But if it's rezoned, circumstances changed, what RM1 says they can do is they could build up to 45 feet tall, 30 feet away from the houses on the backside with a 10-foot buffer. And so I think sometimes when people start asking for binding plans, it's necessarily a little better understanding. Oftentimes that is because that there are the request of the change to the new zoning district comes with some options and opportunities that people can't get comfortable with. And so, I don't think you've ever heard from us in the reports that we write that we think this needs to be a binding plan associated with straight rezoning. Because the other problem with it is we haven't evaluated this design at a technical level yet to be able to give you any assurance that if you approve it tonight, you can make it binding. I'm not sure it meets requirements for the fire marshal, for example, in terms of the design. And that wasn't something they had to evaluate in great detail, nor did we, because it wasn't binding and it could change. That's a long-winded answer, but it's, I don't feel like we're jumping back and forth from a staff standpoint of saying it should be binding, it shouldn't be. It's not very often that we bring forward straight rezones with binding site plan, just because they have to meet everything in order to approve that, because you all don't have the authority, nor does even the elected body, to grant waivers to design standards as a condition to a straight rezoning. It's not legal.
Any further discussion on the motion, Sarah?
I going a little bit of roundabout. I read an article in the Atlantic recently that was about permitting for wind turbines and sort of the very, very detrimental effect that community input processes have on wind turbines specifically. People are worried about them, noise, light, nuisance, whether or not those worries are, a reality is kind of irrelevant. And there was one part specifically of the research that they did that has stuck with me, which was the wind farms that were put into sort of community co-op groups. So full community buy-in on all wind turbines built. A lot of process, a lot of room for input and really making it perfect. Those wind farms on average had 2 wind turbines. And all of the, all farms aggregate had an average of 44. And when you think about, our climate crisis and how much alternative energy is a urgent problem, it starts getting concerning to think about, what happens when we make every wind turbine farm perfect? Well, we just lose a source of alternative energy. And I keep thinking about that in relationship to housing. We're obviously in a crisis regarding housing. That is not unrelated to our climate crisis either. And everyone's, everyone's concerns are valid. I'm sure that everyone has a really cool idea for what to do with this space. And if that's how every single thing happens, how do we get out of this crisis? And, does it only matter when the neighborhood that comes to speak is particularly well politically organized? I don't think it should. And this is, it's the same height requirement. RS 25 zoning is one of those crazy exclusionary zoning categories. There's just like, yeah, we want to make it so that you got to have a lot of land to build a house here. Not that that's the kind of people that live there now, but just the zoning it currently is a relic of systemic racism. And it is right on a major commercial corridor. That buffer zone totally makes sense. It's a hard call. That's what I'm thinking about.
Any further discussion of the pending motion? Karen?
I think for me, I think that I think there's people live in this neighborhood who would only be happy if nothing gets built here. Right? So I'm actually pretty comfortable I'm comfortable enough with what I understand to override that. But I have to feel better about what's happening. Like I design wise or sort of the guarantees. I think that's kind of what you were asking about earlier, Alex, is that there are some guarantees sometimes that we need from binding site plans or we need from plan developments that we don't get with zoning. I think that's why we can be a little bit wishy-washy about it. But I think I just need to feel like, even though we've talked quite a bit about staff's comment about sort of the variety of zoning types and whether housing types and whether that applies to sort of just a site or the general area or the whole community. But I think I could have gotten more excited about this if I just seen something that I felt like maybe transitioned it into that neighborhood a little bit better, that could be not quite so separate from the neighborhood, part of the neighborhood, maybe a slightly higher density as you get to the commercial corridor. But I think I have to feel better about what we're seeing to override the wishes of the neighbors.
Any further discussion? So we're ready to vote.
Motion to deny. Goodrum,
Yes.
Beresford,
Yes.
Garing,
No.
Morales,
Yes.
Sams,
No.
Sanders,
Yes.
Tucker.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Just for the understanding of everyone in the audience who may not know this, ours is only a recommendation to the mayor and commission. If the applicant pushes this forward to the mayor and commission, next month they would vote on it, and that is the actual decision of part.
I hardly know us. It really could have gone any which way.
How you doing?
Good to see you.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break and then we will pick up with our next agenda item.
Y'all make sure that.
Yeah.
How much longer is it?
That's why they put us close together.
Hopefully not very long.
I know, my wife. I'll disagree. It's like real.
Didn't know this one.
No, not this one, earlier, I was like, haha. When you two disagree, I'm like, yeah, realtor versus realtor.
That made me think that. I'm missing. Did you miss?
4 hours or.
Yeah.
You're kidding. I'm trying to stay. I should say it. No, that's what I'm hearing.
Say, Jackson.
And she lives on.
I will call that as soon as I come.
They did not do yeah, number something? Well, yeah. What they get. So is it seeing, is that you saw, is what?
Now they're sharing.
I'm by myself. I have. I work part-time for me. I live in Coney County. That's why I'm talking to you.
You gotta stop sharing during the.
My main
You only do the sharing during.
Yeah, that's same used to be about. They get stuff.
But.
I've seen you over here. We come in here. I think
Yes. It's almost like turn this nowhere. I think they're right. Yeah. If I ever rezoned it, it's just.
But y'all didn't want to push through?
We're here.
Working the.
Who knows?
I know, I actually did.
I'm chairs here just had the same.
I'll see with all the public comment, and I was like, oh, there's public comment on everything.
That's your clicker. And the green light. Pointer.
Most places don't there. That's a part of the city. If you're gonna come speak to them first, they all sign right here. Speak about me. You're speaking about me. I should. Yeah, I didn't make that known. I want 10 minutes. We're growing up out the community.
Hello, how you doing?
I'll live in the community. I don't get. I've acknowledged.
Everybody gets.
I know this.
People who were just talking.
We ready to start?
Yeah.
Ever had a party that's three? Y'all are here. We need to put ourselves for 10 minutes. And we'll allow the rest to
We were just discussing, Clayton,
I mean, it's,
Mr. Underwood.
come. We allow, and that's like,
I mean, I don't.
that's not right.
So I don't know the specifics of that neighborhood, but.
All right, calling the meeting back to. That brings us to the next item on the agenda under new business. 120 West Cloverhurst Avenue, item number SUP 2023-10-1962. And we'll begin with the staff report.
Thanks.
Not working. It's ignoring you. Yeah.
You know?
His name is Chewy.
I'll try.
There it goes.
Just fell asleep. Yeah, we're blocked up.
This is a special use request, an RS.
Remember, although I called the meeting back to order, we are still missing, I think, Commissioner, so maybe we should give another 60 seconds.
Oh, right.
Actually, we got enough.
We're good.
We're good at least.
Okay, we have a.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
This request is for a special use in an RS8 single-family residential zoning district. The request is to convert what is an existing legal non-conforming duplex use into a legal conforming duplex use. The purpose of the request is so that it would allow for an attached garage with guest quarters as an expansion of the duplex use. The property's at the northwest corner of Cloverhurst Avenue and Bloomfield Street. The future land use designation of traditional neighborhood would remain in place with this request. The zoning would show the special use indication on there, but the RS8 zoning would remain with this request. This is the property that's involved. As I mentioned, it is a corner property. And so you can see the front of the house on Cloverhurst and then the side of the property on Bloomfield. Looking at adjacent parcels, there are houses sharing the RS8 zoning to the west. That's the top left corner. There is a house with RS5 single family zoning to the north. That's what you see at the top right. The two photos on the bottom screen are what is directly across Cloverhurst and directly across Bloomfield. They're both multifamily zoning and multifamily uses, an apartment building and a fourplex. This is the site plan that would be binding with this request. The project would remove the existing carport and would add a garage with guest quarters above connected with a breezeway. So it would be an addition to the existing duplex on the property. The architecture for the project as well as floor plans have been included. This project has already been to the Historic Preservation Commission. It is in the Bloomfield Historic District. It already has received approval from that board. The approval tonight to seek conformance for the duplex use would then allow for the expansion with this presented plan is binding. It would not allow for expansion in another means to occur. Staff recommendation is for approval, finding that the project's compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan, that plan would allow for the property to serve a greater variety of households, potential for more affordable housing in a preserved historic structure. The project's compatible with the future land use map, with the zoning map, and with the ordinance, and the special use criteria have been satisfied. This completes the staff report.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from the applicant.
Good evening, I'm David Matheny, and I'm architect with Armentrout Matheny Thurman at 330 Research Drive. And I appreciate your long endurance here tonight. I think where I want to focus the attention on this project is that there's going to be, I live in 5 Points. I hear a lot of chatter and concerns about short-term rentals, and I think that those who want to speak about that certainly should. But that's not what the use of this is about. This is a duplex with an addition to one of the duplexes, which is certainly allowed, and we've met all of the zoning criteria, and we're not asking for anything special other than the fact that this is a legal non-conforming use for the duplex, which has been a duplex since probably the maybe mid to late 1960s. So I don't think we're here to really debate about the fact that it's a grandfathered in property. So I just want to focus on use and impact on the neighborhood. And I will share some of my time with the owner of this property to be a little bit more definitive about the use. However, this has been a duplex, as I said, for many, many years without incident. And you have a classic case of a front entrance for one of the duplexes and a rear entrance for the other duplex. And which works really well with the neighborhood as far as on-street parking or off-street parking, which is also provided. And I think there's I just want to focus that this is not a short-term rental or a ruse to get a third unit in there. The rear duplex has been rented for long-term rentals always. It's managed by a local company. And the front duplex is actually a second home to the owner who lives in Atlanta, but grew up here and was raised here and has parents here. And so this is not a business that we think of when we think of short-term rentals. So I'm just trying to steer us away from thinking of that. I mean, nobody wants to be accused of being short-term rental if that's not what they're doing. The property to the north of this has a detached two-story, as the report indicates, as a guest house. And I'm sure that it would be unfair to assume that that is the reason that they built that was for short-term rentals. I'm sure they would deny that. And so therefore, we just want to focus on how it's used, the fact that it's appropriate. It's been vetted through HPC more than once. It went through an appeal process, but was upheld by the mayor and commission. So, we're not here to focus on design, but really focus on use and the impact on the neighborhood. And the fact that it's on the corner and to the east of this property is a quadruplex, and to the south of this property is a full-on apartment complex. So we have mixed use going on right there. And I want to remember something that took place maybe a year and a half ago when we were discussing missing middle housing, because that may be something that would pertain to this. I think that in the future, Athens-Clarke County is going to be looking at how they can handle missing middle housing. And also there may be an approach at some point to allow by legal means duplexes to do some infill into this area. So, I don't want to belabor this. I think that it's a use that is appropriate. It's a use for to be maintained as a duplex. It will stay as a duplex. It is not a triplex. And so therefore, again, the owner of this property uses it as a second home. He has family that also wants to come and visit. He has in-laws. This is a guest suite. It cannot be a standalone apartment because it's not allowed, and nor does it meet the criteria for a standalone apartment. And so I think that we would like to see you all discuss it and hopefully uphold the planning department's recommendation for this. You know, I've noticed that we have many duplexes that are in similar situation. So again, it's no real reason to be talking about that because they're grandfathered in, therefore they'll stay grandfathered in. But I also want to recognize that there are a lot of homes in this area that have accessory buildings detached or not, or connected, that are not used for STRs. They're there for the pleasure of the owner of the property. And that occurs in many places. And, you know, people just don't want, I mean, we don't need to be making the assumption that because they've asked for a garage with a guest suite above it, that automatically means they're looking for extra rental possibilities. So I'll leave that with you, and then I'll turn it over to the owner, and he can further describe how he plans to use the house.
Jason Williams, and this is my house. And this journey started when I was answering the rather subjective question that came up during the discussion on the first project, is how small is too small of a house? When I bought the house 9 years ago, I had a wife and a baby son. I now have a wife, 3 sons, all of which get smaller or less small and less small every day. So the house that fit us then is not the house that fits us now. And so the only way to get more space is to add more space. And we set out wanting to do that the right way, which is why we involved David, who's an expert in the 5 Points area, and is certainly going to respect the feel and the architecture of the neighborhood. The house itself was built in the 20s, converted to a duplex in the 40s, and been used as such since then. The brick factory that made the bricks that built the house is now at the bottom of Lake Oconee because it was part of the lake then. So to have any addition without severely altering the feel of the very historic structure is to do it this way, which is also the only way that I think is legally compliant with code and ordinance and everything. So again, I just wanted to emphasize that in order for me and my family and friends to continue to use a house which we love, in a town in which I love, where I was raised, went to school, we need to make this, and that's the only reason. So would appreciate your consideration on approval and continue us allow to move forward with this project.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. At this time, we will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of the application?
Hello, Chris Joyner, 233 Ashbrook Drive. We currently manage the back portion of the duplex. I'm always going to be in favor of property rights. I also strongly, I really enjoyed the missing middle housing report. I think that's one of the only reports I've read that extensively.
Can you speak up?
Yes, I really enjoyed that missing middle housing report. I think it was pretty long and I read most of it. And no, we're not there yet, but part of the charm of this area is the variety of housing. We manage 184 Bloomfield, which is 16 apartment units. Further down the street, there's RM2 or RM1 zoning right behind Raising Cane's, where you have a mix of multifamily and single family houses being used as RM1 or 2. Also, when I'm on that corner, I look across the street in every direction, and every one of those is a multifamily structure. So it might not be consistent with the exact zoning for the property, but for the area, it looks pretty darn consistent. I also think this is a convergence of student housing, campus, and 5 Points primary homes. So I'm in favor really of anything that's going to bring a little bit more density, especially in town infill kind of lots. And for me, this kind of fits that missing middle housing that I was really excited about. So I'm in favor of it and hope you guys are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone in the audience who can speak?
I just found out about this.
Identify yourself.
My name is Robert McGuinn. I live at 190 West Cloverhurst, right down the street. I also have a house behind me on Springdale that I rent to one girl, 121 Springdale. I retired to Athens 16 years ago, and when I looked for a place, I looked into the historical district because I came from a county, Forsyth County, that is growing big, and I didn't want that growth. So when we bought this, we wanted to make sure that what we had. There were some people that were renting around, and we have a problem right down on Cloverhurst that we have like 6 that we're renting, put chairs up. And we put a lot of money in ours. People across the street put a lot of money in theirs. I mean, when I say a lot, we put as much as we paid for the house, we put into the house. And you can look at our house and see that we improved it. I had a garage to put in the back because there was an alley I found out. I cleaned that alley out. I put a garage, but they were real restrictive on me. They made me cut off 4 feet on each side because I didn't have enough grass. I've got 3 times as much grass as this unit does. One thing I would suggest, because I looked at it, that get a good survey on that, because I think the fence that you have is on the right-of-way property. Okay, but in this, I mean, this is what we did. And my wife and I are ready to move. We don't like these fights. I mean, I was a county commissioner over there. And that's why I know what it's like. You all have a tough job, but you can't come in and destroy a neighborhood. We have 3 retired people. I bought a house across the street because it went up for auction, and I put it out in the neighborhood that I would sell it to a single family house. I didn't want another one. Exactly what I paid for. That's how much I believe in this Bloomfield district. If you do this, then I have the right to go on my Springdale because it's a lot that's 4 times as big. I have a right to go and put a garage in the back and rent it out on the top or have someone come. No, that's not what I'm there for. But I'm just wanted to come down, and I've got to leave. But I just wanted to come down and tell you how I feel about this. And you ought to walk the neighborhood and look at the neighborhood. It's multifamily all the way down on Bloomfield. It's not down where we are. Now, we have the fraternity houses, but that's besides the point. It's time to go. I got to go anyway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the audience wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening. My name is Stanton Porter. My address is 73 Church Street, Winder, Georgia. Attorney in Winder. I represent the Tottens. They own the property at 440 Bloomfield Street. They're here. I'm going to speak sort of loud because Mr. Totten's a combat veteran and difficult of hearing. I sent a letter, it should be included as part of your packet, that analyzes what I think some of the intricacies of the code on this type of special use, which is different from the other things that I've heard tonight. Essentially, I think the way that this is being handled tonight is a workaround in an effort to enlarge what the special use or the actual use of the property itself. If you look at the staff report itself, it on the very first in section I says that that this is changing from they're trying to render this conforming to allow, and I quote from the last sentence of the first paragraph, to allow an attached garage with guest quarters to be added onto the existing duplex and thus expanding that use. I've outlined the code section in my letter, which sort of highlights some of the code here in Clarke County about non-conforming uses. If you have a non-conforming uses, which we're not disputing that this duplex is a legal non-conforming use. I'm not saying it hadn't been used for all the years it needs to be, but in order to expand that use, you'd have to do one of a couple things. One would be in 915.8a, you would apply for a variance. This is the section that deals with non-conformity or non-conforming legal uses that you'd like to expand that use. It has to go through the variance process. We're not here for a variance, and thus the applicant's not subject to all the considerations that you'd have to have in order to get a variance to expand that use, which there's no denying the guest quarters above the garage is going to expand this use. And so instead what they've done is applied to make this a legal use under 915.8D. Obviously, the county, as anywhere, has an interest in taking legal non-conforming uses and making them conforming. That's what you all want from a planning side. But the code section says that if you're going to do that, that's the goal. That's what we want to do. But if you're going to do that, the applicant it shall strive to ameliorate the impact of such use on the adjacent or nearby properties and uses permitted by the zoning classification. So if we're going to say we're going to come forward with a piece of property and we're going to make it a legal conforming use by virtue of this code section, we need to do everything we can to lessen the impact. And instead, we've added a second story guest quarters without any conditions saying it won't be rented out. It has a deck that overlooks looks right down into my client's property. No kind of buffer there. It's the complete opposite of that very condition that you would require in order to make this a legal non-conforming use. And so we're asking tonight that there's no variance and haven't met the requirement for the legal non-conforming use. And so you recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Is there any other member of the audience here to speak in opposition?
Hi, my name is Rich McCormick and I live at 515 Highland Avenue. Needless to say, I'm not an architect or a hydrologist, but contrary to what's been stated in a special use application report that I found online regarding the impact on the neighborhood, I can state with confidence that the infrastructure of the 15-foot breezeway and the relocated and expanded 24 by 24 foot garage structure will impact water drainage. The breezeway is going to bisect that backyard and the path of drainage is going to be altered. And obviously the amount of drainage will be greater. There will also be more artificial light from the breezeway garage and most notably the upper level garage apartment. There will be more noise from people that are occupying the guest suite. This is going to greatly alter the quality of life of the occupants next door who live in a single level cottage at 440 Bloomfield. The deck and apartment overlooks the side of the home, and if I'm not mistaken, look down into their bedroom and their kitchen. I don't think this is something that improves the integrity of the neighborhood as a whole or their lifestyle either. The report, the special use application report also suggested that the property had not had a negative developmental impact because adjacent homes were built in 2012 and 2015. Those homes were specifically built to meet all the requirements dictated by the HPC guidelines. The owners of those homes, which include the Tottens, could not foresee the addition of a breezeway and garage with an apartment to an anomalous non-conforming rental home in a historic district, I might add. So I feel like the owners had every reason to feel safe in a single family neighborhood in a historic district from this type of development. And I also feel like the approval of this application sets precedent and opens the door to the development of new duplexes in historic districts. And lastly, I just wanted to mention at the special call meeting about a month ago, the property owner convincingly established his lifelong connection to Athens, having been born and raised and educated here. And his parents still live here, and I think that's really wonderful. But he also shared that it was his ultimate goal to move back to Athens with his growing family and reside at 120 West Cloverhurst. And that being said, I feel like what's being proposed tonight. Can I continue for a tiny bit?
Yeah, 5 more seconds.
I guess I feel like what's being proposed tonight does not inspire confidence that these changes reflect a genuine desire for a family home place. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening. My name is Kevin O'Neill and I live at 237 Woodlawn Avenue. And I'd like to speak in opposition to this proposal because I think it erodes the very definition of what a single family neighborhood is. There are already two rental units on the property. So as you know, non-conforming structure, and adding a third dwelling, especially since it's not an owner occupied dwelling, is going to put an unfair burden, I think, on the neighbors and the neighborhood. And having 3 dwellings on one property in a single family neighborhood, I think is the exact opposite of the definition of a single family neighborhood. So for those reasons, I oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Is there any other member of the audience wishing to speak in opposition?
Hi, I'm Amy Covey. I live at 340 Bloomfield Street. I wanted to speak against this because there is already 2 rentals at that property. I don't have any assurance that the apartment or the structure above the garage will not be a 3rd living space. I know the applicant mentioned they won't do that because they can't. Well, I guess that's why I have 4 girls living next to me, 3 boys to the right of me, and at one point there were 8 boys in the house behind me. So it's not very assuring that they won't because they can't. I walk my dog around the neighborhood every day. Some know me as the one that walks my dog and my cat follows me. Traffic is horrendous. I just feel like we have 3 rentals there. We're just contributing to more traffic. And as I mentioned, the water issue. If you ever walk down Cloverhurst after a rainstorm, there's a huge problem with rainwater. Springdale and Cloverhurst. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Covey, is there any other member of the audience wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we'll bring it behind the rail.
You get 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Applicant gets 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you. Even Matheny. You know, they keep saying 3 rentals, but, you know, it's a duplex with an addition to a duplex. So I just want to reiterate that. I also want to reiterate that this has been through the Historic Preservation Commission. They have deemed it to be appropriate. And this would be the same process that anyone in that neighborhood would go through that's in the historic district. And we followed all of that. We followed all of the ordinances. We asked for no variances in order to accomplish this. So it's the same thing that if this had happened to be a single family house, we would have certainly been allowed this by right because of once it was approved through HPC. And by the fact that it is now a duplex, we just have to go with that and say that it's a duplex. And so therefore we can also, there's nothing in the ordinance that says that you cannot have an addition to a duplex. And that is exactly what this is. It's an addition to a duplex. And so I just want to leave you with that. And, you know, there's no water issues that we know of that's going to compound this. And it would again be approved with a typical zoning permit. And we would have followed all of those rules. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. At this point, we will bring it back behind the rail. Does someone want to start us off, Kristen?
As someone who lives in a duplex and is very happy to own my duplex, I just want to say that I like to think that my house contributes positively to the neighborhood. I am happy to provide a rental space with my house. And I actually kind of hate that we even had to go through this process for this homeowner. I think that everybody should be able to build a nice little garage apartment behind their house if they want to, especially if they go through the HPC. God bless them. So I am not in any way trying to stifle discussion. I'm happy to encourage discussion, but I want to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Kristen, second by Joey. Discussion.
I will chime in there. I agree 100% with what she said, especially since it's gone through HPC and subsequently approved by the Marion Commission. They've already seen this plan. They've already seen this come through. And I know they were looking at it from a historical perspective, preservation perspective, but they, again, have seen it. And, you know, this property was built as a single family residence, but it was converted in the 60s to a duplex. And by right, it would have been able to have that today if it still was the single family. So, you know, I think it's a great addition. The fact that they're following all the steps, that it will fit the HPC guidelines, I definitely speak in favor of this.
Things like this are why people, not me, but some people say abolish zoning. This is so much to go through for one. I know it's not an apartment, it's a guest suite. Even if it was an apartment, one apartment. Got to go through all this. It's wild.
Sure.
Do we have any abilities in our recommendation to place any conditions that limit the impact on the neighbors? In a way.
I mean, it depends on what the condition is, but yes.
Well, I mean, I can see the argument that if you have a garage, a two-story garage, basically at the property line, if you're the house next door, that kind of stinks. And so I'm just wondering if it's already gone through HPC, I think we are limited, right, in what we could do in terms of limiting impact on the neighbor. Is that right?
From a design review standpoint, that aspect has been handled by the HPC already. If
Yeah.
that's what you're getting at.
I am kind of like, you can't, we wouldn't be able to say like, you can't have a window on that side, or you can't have an exterior light on that side. We can't do that.
Those issues are taken up by the HPC.
And does
Massing, scale, placement, fenestration,
And does
materials.
HPC think about the neighbors?
The impact on the district itself is one of the criteria.
Okay.
Yep.
Just curious.
Yep.
Can I tag on to that? And sure, I didn't know who else. All right, so the question I've got on what you've got, having been on the HPC, is the deck and the impact of the deck on the neighbor. The HPC really can only look at it on the design and not the impact of someone sitting out on a deck looking at a neighbor. Does that make sense?
So the question, they don't look at use.
Right.
They look at form and structure and
The deck conformed with.
Placement, mass and scale. Yep.
But what the deck does, they keep, it's out of there. Yeah, and it's impact. It's right. But I'm asking, so I'm sort of.
I think Joey might have.
Well, I guess what I would say to that is, can we determine how someone uses their deck? I mean, are you going to say there can be no chairs on your deck? You have 5 seconds to get out the door and down the steps.
So here's where the design comes in, which isn't design, it's use. Eliminate the deck.
But if the
in
deck,
other words, instead of 8 feet out, you bring it in
to me, if I'm looking at this
or something, so it's just a landing and then you go in. And this is a question. I'm not leading into trying to get in your minds and.
A clarifying question, just as I read the site plan, it appears to me, and I just wonder if I'm misinterpreting this. Maybe this is something that staff can answer, and if not, I'll ask Mr. Matheny. It appears to me, if I'm reading the site plan correctly, that the existing carport is on or perhaps even slightly over the property line and that the deck has a 10-foot setback from the north property line. Is that correct?
The deck has a 10-foot setback from the rear property.
The north property line adjacent to that house on Bloomfield. But, and the existing carport is outlined there. It's right up to the property
The
line.
eave may be over or at the line, but the actual structure itself, I believe, is wholly contained on the subject property,
Okay.
the carport.
Okay. Well, I guess I will just ask the applicant, do we have that right? Or is anything we just said?
Well, one of the things that we're doing is making a non-conforming situation conforming because the carport does not meet any of the guidelines today. Now, obviously.
Understood. And just, am I right to understand the carport goes to the property line, the deck is 10 feet back?
That's correct, which meets the ordinance for, the setback is 10
Rear
feet.
property. Okay. So there's no- Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait, are you saying, sorry to interrupt you, are you saying that, the current carport is on the property line?
It goes
and
right up to the
proposed structure, the edge of the deck of the proposed structure is 10 feet back?
Yes. Yeah, correct.
Yes.
So it's pulled back 10 feet from the property line. So I mean, in terms of conditions, if anybody was inclined and the motioner was interested, you know, maybe landscaping or something, there's possibilities there, but I see the motioner rejecting any friendly amendments along those lines.
Yeah, correct.
Why is that not a?
You're not a design review board. We're simply talking about the use of the property. And I'm fine with it being a non-conforming use.
Further discussion on the motion. I do have something to ask. I just wonder if Brad and Bruce, if you can clarify, if I have this right on the law. It's currently a legal non-conforming use. That is to say, it's grandfathered in as a duplex because it's been that way before it was a single family zone. Granting the requested special use permit would change it from a legal non-conforming use to a legal conforming use.
Just render it conforming.
Okay, it would render it a conforming use. And once it is that, then it is allowed to expand the living space. And if it's not, without becoming a conforming use, it wouldn't be allowed to expand the living space. And the reason for that is, and again, tell me if this is right, 915-8-A says, a non-conforming structure may not have the element of its non-conformity enlarged or extended without a variance. And so adding living space is deemed to enlarge the element of its non-conformity. Right? Is that the legal backdrop that requires them to get a special use permit in order to do
I
that?
don't have a code section in front of me like you do, but I think there may be some language in the next one down that talks about a non-conforming use.
Versus D.
I mean, you know, A can be construed, a non-conforming structure may not have the element of its non-conformity, which is generally that old carport that's being torn down. That was a non-conforming structure in that it was encroaching into a setback. So you could not expand that. And that's the role of the variance board, when you have spatial non-conformities, lot coverage, physical things, that are driven by the lot. That's the role of the hearings board, but it's not the role of the hearings board to make any types of judgments on use with the property. And that's why D is in there that talks about rendering it through this process. We're trying to render a non-conforming use that's may be completely conforming in terms of its spatial placement on the lot, but the use itself is not non-conforming. The board doesn't have that authority to render that legal.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, part D says it shall be the objective of Athens-Clarke County that whenever feasible, legal non-conforming uses be rendered conforming through the issuance of a special use permit. And I understand that's what the applicant's asking us to do, to render it conforming. But D doesn't say the thing about them not being able to add living space to a duplex. I wanted to get 100% clear where
that's if we've got a non-conforming use, the use by making it larger is expanding the element of the non-conformity.
Okay, and that's forbidden by 915-8A.
So you got A there.
That's the one that.
Is this, oh, this lawyer, right, just.
That's the one that reads, a non-conforming structure may not have the element of its non-conformity enlarged or extended unless a variance is issued in accordance with chapter 9-21. So if the element of its nonconformity is that it has 2 units and they want to expand the living space of one of those units, we deem that to violate.
We would deem that an expansion of the nonconformity. They wanted to remodel their kitchen within the existing 4 walls of a nonconforming duplex, they could do that. And we wouldn't deem that an expansion. But if they wanted to add an additional 1,000 square feet to a use that was not legally conforming in the district it's in, that would be expanding the element of nonconformity.
Okay, so the reason for that long question, and thank you for the answer, is I just want to register, I think, for the record. I question whether the language of 915-8A is being properly interpreted, because it could simply say a non-conforming structure may not be enlarged. And that would mean you couldn't add on to your duplex, but it says a non-conforming structure may not have the element of its non-conformity enlarged, meaning the fact that it has 2 units. So you can't add a 3rd apartment to a duplex. But if you want to just expand the existing unit in your duplex, it would seem to me that is allowed by the ordinance.
Well, I think it gets into the term, use of the term element. I mean, a non-conforming structure, if you simply said a non-conforming structure may not be enlarged. A non-conforming structure could be non-conforming because the left-hand side of the house is 2 feet over the side yard setback line. You can't expand the element of non-conformity, meaning you can't add on to that side. If you wanted to add a garage to the other side and it was completely within the building envelope, that's totally legal to do. So if you simply just said, if it's non-conforming any way you can enlarge it, that would eliminate the ability to do that. And that would not require a variance. You just can't. You couldn't add a 2nd story to the side of the house that was 2 feet too close to the property line, unless you step back to where the 2nd story was inside of the setback.
Could you explain that? Because that sounds awful complicated.
We can make it real simple. Section A mentions structure, does not mention use at all. D mentions use. That's the pull apart. So structure versus use. That's it.
Okay, I think we can probably proceed with the motion, notwithstanding my concerns about the legal interpretations, because I don't think it necessarily makes vote. Is there any further discussion on this? Katie?
Yeah, I just wanted staff to confirm once more that if this was a single family house, then the addition would be entirely by right.
Yes.
Yeah, in that case, I see it as a good thing that there are 2 units instead of 1 in the duplex. We need more and smaller units in amenity rich areas like this. Thanks.
So is our vote on just the special use permit? Do we have just 1 vote?
Any further discussion? Are we ready for a roll call?
Goodrum, this is a vote for approval. Goodrum? Beresford?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Morales?
Yes.
Sams?
Yes.
Sanders?
Yes.
Tucker? Yes. Motion passes unanimously.
Or just topic.
Oh.
Hold it like it is.
It would.
That's one. I mean, we can't discuss.
All right, that brings us to item 4 under new business, text amendment.
And for the sake of brevity, you need to just answer questions on item.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Joey, second by Monique.
This is 947.
9-947.
Yeah, first item 9-4-7.
The new administrative waiver based on state law.
Any discussion?
Can't change it, so.
Do we need a roll call or all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion to accept 9-13-4.
Second.
Motion by Joey, second by, was that you, Kristen? Yeah. Okay.
And just for the record, this is the ability to subdivide lots for single family in the airport overlay to add some language that was inadvertently not taken out.
Correcting me.
To a previous, there was a previous amendment that needed to modify another section in order for it to all work that we did not.
Any discussion of that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Number 6, distribution centers. I do want to say a couple things about this real quick.
Yes.
So, but I'm not going to go into exhaustive detail here. What we've got, and Brad mentioned this earlier, is some outdated code that really needs to be brought into the current day. We are proposing some things to change in the use tables, which happen across all of our chapters in the zoning code, but we also have some definitions that won't hit the use table. And I want to draw the distinction between those just really quickly so there's no confusion. Some terms of art when we've been dealing with people proposing these types of developments, dead storage, depots, fulfillment centers. We've needed to have those in our definition section so that we can have clear conversation with folks coming into town who want to develop these types of uses. The things that would hit the use table would be distribution center and dropping the distinction of 24-hour distribution center. Shouldn't make a difference. Distribution center doesn't matter how many hours it operates. Terminal, passenger terminal materials. What we were seeing was some language about terminals that tends to mix the conversation and muddy it up. And we wanted to clarify that, put it in the use table. We also want that as a placeholder. Should we get to the point where we have some privately run terminals for passengers in town, which could very well happen with rail or other transit.
For the electric vertical takeoff and landing airplanes has become a real thing. And there's a big group meeting at the state right now on trying to implement that. And it's largely thought that it could be driven through private development. I mean, if somebody came in and wanted to do one of those, probably in any community in the state right now, there's zoning ordinances aren't set up anywhere to allow private aviation terminal. I mean, it's always been done through government, and it would, you push it out in the industrial zone if you did, and that's not where they need to be, so.
Bruce, can you give us an example of a passenger terminal?
That would
be one.
That would be one.
Takeoff and landing, but like not a bus stop.
No, passenger terminal is not a bus stop, but
It would be more like a multimodal.
could be a transit, it could be a transfer center. If there was let's say the mall redevelopment didn't partner with the county, but wanted to build a transfer center and run it privately.
Right.
But
that's what
allow
that is.
for public buses, that would allow for it.
Okay,
Yep.
that makes sense.
Believe it or not, we needed to have a definition of truck because our wording right now doesn't differentiate between passenger vehicles and heavy truck, industrial truck traffic. So it's overly restrictive the way it's worded. So this is really just a big raking out and cleanup. If you want more time, as was suggested during agenda review, to digest this and talk about it and not take action tonight, staff's fine with that. We would like to move on it though, so this might be something, if you want to bring it back in December, we could go into more depth, or if you're comfortable with it. Either way, we feel pretty confident with what's going on.
I did just have 2 minor questions. I don't know that personally I would need to take more time. In reading through it, I did notice in outdoor storage, there's a kind of vague term. The definition of outdoor storage says the storage of especially large quantities of materials or products. And I wondered if we ought to make that less vague, because it certainly doesn't seem like it's going to be, everyone's going to have a shared understanding of what it means, especially large quantities of material.
Okay.
Products. You know, I mean, you could delete especially, and I think that would make it a little better. It still is obviously vague, but I just don't know what the adverb really adds to it. And I don't, it's up to you guys. If you think large quantities is enough for the purposes of the kind of people that come to talk to you about this, I'm good with it, but I just wanted to flag the possible vagueness. And I don't know if the definition is going to matter. If it's going to, people are going to say like, oh, well, we're not doing large quantities, we're doing medium quantities. So whatever, you know, we can do what we want.
Would it be related to some sort of business venture?
And this is one of those definitions that's not in the table. So it's not where somebody comes into town and says, I want to develop outdoor storage, and they're looking for the use table.
Okay.
This is language that's in the definitions chapter to help us. If this was an aspect of development, then we can talk about, well, this is what we're talking about with outdoor storage. It's a lot of it, and it tends to be outside, or it could be, the other clarifier that we wanted to have here was unenclosed roofed structures. So like lumber yards, having those, it's still outdoors, even though it's under a roof. To your point, though, about clarifying especially large, we could absolutely try to ratchet that down.
Just the lawyer in me that objects to it, but
Maybe
it's
just take
probably,
out especially.
yeah, maybe just delete especially.
It's vague, but it allows for a little.
Yeah.
And then it's even.
Yep, happy to do that.
Some kind of a random question. Why aren't the use tables alphabetized?
They're based on classification type. Nowadays, they're not alphabetized within each one, but it switches from residential to retail to industrial, institutional.
But why doesn't bakery come before printing and publishing?
Well, kind of, I'm just trying to think of like sort of usability by people.
Yeah.
It's not really that important, but if there was gonna be a change happening anyway, this would be a nice moment to alphabetize the table, if it makes sense to you guys. I don't know.
I get it. While you're in there.
I wonder if it was originally, like even just looking at the first use table, it was maybe originally that they were trying to get the keys in the beginning, I don't know.
I think if there's a downside to alphabetizing it, and this may be a little bit of a stretch, but a lot of times when people use a use table, they don't know what we call something. They know if it's retail versus industrial versus residential, but instead of having to go through the entire chart from top to bottom to find a word that, you know, it at least gets you into a subsection, and then you look through that subsection.
Should you leave it in subsections, but alphabetize?
Yeah, but alphabetized by subsection.
Yes, within the subsection.
Yeah, like you keep your big categories, commercial, industrial, but within that maybe so somebody can sort of find what they're related to.
We're changing every table. So anyway, it'd be a time.
It's gonna change the order of your footnote. Like if it's L1 and then L2, you know, and you reorganize the orders.
Or it doesn't.
Or it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna say L1 and just be down here.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean, I really don't normally though. I mean, the Ls generally just show up over.
Yeah, we got.
Brings us up to the end of a 5+ hour meeting. I know you.
Yeah, but
It sounds like maybe we should kick this into December so that everything can be alphabetized.
No, definitely not. In fact, I would like to make a motion that we approve it. It's up to staff if you want to alphabetize it.
And remove the word.
Yeah.
And remove the special.
Especially.
Yeah.
Especially remove the special.
Actually.
Yeah.
Second. Motion by Sarah, second by Joey to approve with the deletion of especially and with
Option to alphabetize.
option to alphabetize. Any discussion of this motion?
We're given options.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
No, sorry.
You're almost adjourned. Other business, planning commission chair's report, none, planning director's report.
The planning director has no report because we're off cycle with the mayor commission. The assistant director has a brief report.
Very brief, sorry. The growth concept map process. That whole public engagement moment that we were having, that was a very long moment, came to a close with the Fall Festival at the Sheriff's Department last Friday. So I want to thank Alice, Katie, Alex, both Sarahs and Kristen. Coming out, engaging, being a part of that process was super meaningful. And from a staff standpoint, we really appreciated that opportunity to kind of have dialogue and hear from other people with you. What we've taken away from that process, we're synthesizing it, we're documenting it, we're putting it into spreadsheets, we're pulling it forward. And then we're going to produce a map that tries to reflect that input in a meaningful way and bring that back to you guys, this body, at a work session in December, so that we can get your feedback and we can tell you why we did what we did, why we're recommending what we recommend. With that coming through y'all, we then want to go to the mayor and commission, get their blessing on the concept itself so that we can go to the parcel specific recommendation. We also are going to have that moment where we have the economic analysis of the scenario to prove it and actually bring to bear some discussion about that level of sustainability for what we're talking about, which is exciting. And then we're working with another consultant to put together an online survey that's going to be interactive to try to knit this together in yet another creative way for the future land use map. So we're on track. We're still going to get this delivery to the mayor and commission through with y'all's help by next summer. But I wanted to thank you all for that, and that's all I had to say.
I have a date on that.
The work session?
Yeah.
We were talking about the second Thursday.
Second Thursday is what we're looking at.
Yep. Second Thursday of December.
I also, if I could say one thing, commend you all on a potentially really not great town hall meeting in 5 Points that I think actually went really well, considering what it could have been and the pitchforks that were being raised on the neighborhood listserv. So thanks for that extra effort. I think people really did appreciate that. And I think it was worth time as far as, the perception of it, but it went well.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. You.
Roll.
What you doing? Working on rivaling our meetings.
Yeah.